Yo, whoa, 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 whoa. Yo, girls and guys. It's your fake enthusiastic douche YouTuber, your favorite man of the Star Belt Order. I don't know what I was gonna say. Well, I think what I was gonna say is like Sailor Moon something. The Sailor Moon Brigade. I don't know what they're called. But anyways, I'm an anime girl. I'm a waifu uwu. So I thought I'd chat because I was feeling kind of lonely and it's been kind of a tough couple of days for no reason, pretty much. And thought I'd do some chatting. 2 days ago, I was a cheater on Halo, and a bunch of people on Twitch were making a big deal about it. And I guess that happens to a lot of unknown good players, though. So that's what I've been thinking. I was like, well, other people get fucked out of their reputation too. So it's not like I ever really cared about mine. So why start caring now? That's pretty much the conclusion I had after. I don't know. That kind of Oh, it doesn't feel the best when you're trying your hardest for people who you thought were your friends, and then they just all of a sudden turn into douchebags because one random person called you a cheater. You know what I mean? It's really weird. Anyway, so that's pretty. To me, that's pretty understandable why I was upset about that. Um, but that's all in the past, and then just having some good days with my family, and then all of a sudden, everything. It always is like it's annoying because it's like unless you can magically iron out your entire family's life, like make them happy, make them not addicted to drugs, make them not need a bunch of sex. It's like you have to master the sins so that you have a chance at even helping your family. And if you don't do that, you're guaranteed to have bad times, extra bad times in your life with your family. You know what I mean? Because somebody's going to fall to sin, or somebody's going to get mad, or somebody's not going to be operating their life properly, and it's going to end up in a big fight. Or it literally happens to every family. It happens to mine and my entire life. It's like the second things are good and the family life is all love and God, blah blah blah. It's like Satan slips in. It always slips in. Evil slips in, if you don't want to call it that. Whatever. Darkness slips in. Fear slips in. Family hates each other. Family goes from loving each other to hating each other. Everyone in the world seems bipolar as fuck. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that I have to describe it that way, and the fact that if you've been through stuff like this, it's so truthful is just weird. Anyways, that's what I've been going through. It's just been a couple of stupid days. But I thought I would chat about it because it was bothering me. Um, but on the plus side, I got a lot better at Link to the Past just by taking a break, letting my hands recover, and then coming back with some new practice in some areas that I never really knew how to do properly. I was just kind of winging it because it didn't matter too much. Now it does matter. Um, so that's been fun. Yeah, I'm on the tail end of the Link to the Past. I know I'm kind of dragging it out. Like I probably could have finished this all back in even at the beginning of January because I was going pretty fast at the end of December. I started this at somewhere towards the end of December. I started playing, and I don't even know why I started doing it. Honestly, it was just out of the blue. I had plenty of things to do. I had Resident Evil Village. I had. I know it's probably not good for my YouTube channel in some ways. Like I'm getting more views from random people searching some of the Link to the Past stuff I make, but I'm also losing subscribers because people don't want the same shit pumped up multiple videos every day. I get it. I don't really care. I could lose 100 subscribers and I wouldn't care because eventually I won't be doing Link to the Past stuff like this. So anyways, doesn't matter. That part, I'm not really worried about that part. Um And to me, gaming is gaming. I don't really want subscribers that. Yeah, I was through those phases where it's like Fortnite is games, Halo 3 is games. If you don't play Destiny right the first week it's coming out, you're not playing games. I've been through that phase so many times where it's like Melee is games. We don't play any fighting game. Melee is the one we grew up. You know what I mean? That's how people act, and it's like, if you don't play that one if you're not playing Hogwarts Legacy and Elden Ring tomorrow, I'm unsubscribing, you're a douche. That's literally like an attitude that exists out there, and it's actually in a lot of people, you know? I'm not saying everyone who unsubscribes to your channel is a douche. I'm just saying, I know that some of them were definitely closet douchebags, you know? I don't know. I think I just subscribe to people for deeper reasons than most of these people do. They're like, "Oh, you're uploading content for Project M Remix," and then a year later, you're still working on other stuff, and you haven't forgotten about that game, and you upload something, and then it's like the last straw, and they're like, "Nah, he's never coming back to Project Remix. I don't need to be subscribed to this." I'm not saying that's what somebody does. I'm just saying that's what it seems like. That's what it feels like. So I'm going with it. Like that's got to be somewhat how it is, you know. And I know that's how it is because I do that. I've done that to people in the past too. Regret it, you know. It's just sucks sometimes. That's how it has to be. Um, that's why I'm not subscribed to every Let's Player on the planet because if you were subscribed to literally like 30 Let's Players and that's nothing compared to how many there actually are that are popular, that's you could subscribe to 50 unpopular Let's Players. You know what I mean? And what would you be getting? You'd be getting about 30 videos a day of their gaming content, and just sometimes there's their gaming or sometimes their commentaries or sometimes their special videos. That's what I like to do. Bulk up my channel with lots of decent quality content and also have little gem videos that I don't care if those gem videos get noticed for how much work I put into them. But if some people see them and a couple people like them and they get a little bit more views than my random content, I'm happy with that. You know what I mean? That's a win. Getting 200 views on some Halo 3 video when I don't really have subscribers for that game, and that's pretty good. You know what I mean? I have not. It's not like I'm going to Reddit and the Halo forum and like pumping out. That's what I used to do, and it works. You know what I mean? Going other places and showing people that you're actively making content for something like that, a niche game, or even if it's not a niche game, but you have to do it more for a niche game, is what I'm saying. You know, like for example, back in the day when I was editing Halo montages, if just 1 year before I stopped doing that stuff, I started editing Call of Duty, Destiny, and I just took that serious for just like I was Halo, just for a little bit. I guarantee I'd have more subscribers. You know, I'd probably have some sort of tutorial following for video editing and stuff. I don't really care. You know, that was a dream I had. I did want to do that, but there was too much to do. I can't edit Call of Duty videos and take that serious on YouTube. You know, Call of Duty, Destiny. I'm talking about all of them. Titanfall, all the things that were popular that weren't Halo 3 or Halo because Halo's dying. You know, I'm not saying you can't make it in Halo. It's just you'd have to fucking commit your whole fucking life to it at this point because pretty much only people are only subscribed to some known names that I don't even know, and then they're subscribed to Fat Rat single Halo clips, and like that's about it. You know what I mean? There's probably a couple montage channels that still exist that I don't know about. I don't, you know. It's once you spent 10 years just trying to create content, you kind of lose that part of you that was a little kid who just watched other people's content. You know what I mean? I don't even remember what it feels like back in the day when I watched the straight ripping montage for the first time and stuff. Like, I don't even remember what it feels like to look up to those people anymore. You know what I mean? No offense. It's just, that's how it is. Do you think Fat Rat goes around to every single. I just use his name because everyone seems to know him. They didn't know him back in the day when I knew him. You know what I mean? I'm not saying he was a great back then too. I'm just saying. The other thing is, as much as I respect those people and I think they're dope at the game, it's just spread the love, man. You know what I mean? It's just not only are there people who are better than those players and they go completely unnoticed. There's lots of people who are a little bit worse than them or the same skill and they go completely unnoticed as well. You know what I mean? Anyways, that's how I feel about it. But it's whatever. It's just demotivating knowing that you can get the same type of clips against possibly even better players, and you can upload them, and you won't even get 1/100th of the support a lot of the time. You know what I mean? It's just weird. It's like the world is really picky and niche, and once they find a scent for something, they'll never leave that scent. Once they love something, they butt fucking love it. I don't know. It's just the way people act about that shit is weird. Especially when it comes to like popular people. Like, I don't believe in just randomly hating on popular people for no reason. But I do think like it's kind of a fucking joke how much people support people who already have what they need, and it's not like they're really providing any new value. You know what I mean? It's like your clips on the 360 are probably higher multi kills than the shit you get now, and the shit you get now is probably all extremely Smurf accounted for some of these big Halo dudes. You know, and they're not even big; like they're still small. Like even the big fish in the Halo Sea is nothing. You know. One video from some big Call of Duty YouTuber amasses like their entire fucking channel of, you know, like of attention and stuff. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But anyways, even though all that I said all that shit, I'm actually editing a Halo video that's almost done. That'll be up very soon. As soon as mostly it just takes a while to upload and process it, but because it's a big long video in 4K, so that's pretty much why it doesn't go up. You know, like whenever you see a video like that go up, just know that I did it a week before that, and it pretty much, and it, you know what I mean? I'm not saying like give me credit. I'm just saying that shit, it takes a little bit more effort than it seems like. I don't know, like if I had a friend of mine who made little Halo videos, and I used to have some friends, and I would always check out their little clips. They would always that they would upload to their YouTube channel. They're just like me in the same boat. Shit number of subscribers. No, they get no views, and you know what I mean. I always watch their clip. If it's even half decent, I'd be nice to them. I give them a like, give them a comment. You know what I mean. I just feel like I'm nothing. Like I don't even feel like I'm that good of a person, but somehow I'm leagues better than the vast majority of people I see, you know? One douche who's on Twitch has 50,000 views on his montage. Well, some guy has 10 montages with clips of the same caliber, all that are more recent, not edited by an editor, edited by themselves, and they get 100 views. You know what I mean? Like that shit is weird to me. So I think it's because if you had to describe it this way, it's sort of like most people aren't skimping that or like scrimping. I don't know what word I'm trying to skimming. They're not skimming that deep. You know what I mean? They're not going into communities trying to find. They're not like, you know, I do that because I'm in the Halo community. I've been in it since 2007. Really is when I started participating online. And I loved the game before that. You know, I was always a kid who admired the shit out of it just from watching it on TV and stuff. I was like, whoa, they got tournaments for this game, and people are like playing this on TV shows and shit. Like, this is cool. Well, anyways, I'm starting a petition to bring back the white and the black button from the first Xbox. That shit was goated. Imagine like you had to press some shit like that, and that was like what helped you BXR and shit, or you could like triple tap, and you could triple tap white, and for whatever reason it fast swaps your gun or does a little trick. You know what I mean? Because that's the kind of shit where it's like you could make game modes without the tricks, and you can make game modes with the little tricks. That's what people loved about Halo 2, and even though Halo 3 didn't really have that shit, what it did have was everything else. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Halo 3 would be cooler if there was custom button glitches and shit. Of course. They wouldn't be called glitches at that point. They would be called techniques, button combos or something. You know what I mean? That's how I always like to think of them. Because old games, like the secret mechanics and the glitches often feel more like intentional combos than they do a glitch, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's hard to do at first, but once you get the rhythm of a lot of the glitches, it's not that bad, and it feels more like something that was purposely put into the game, even if it wasn't, right? Sure, sometimes they were. But yeah, Halo 3 gave us like this is gonna turn into a Link to the Past video, just like I don't know, I'm just kind of bunching them all up into massive videos now because it's easier that way. And this is all a big series, really. It's all my Link to the Past days. It's not really like, not really doing almost anything else with my game time. I am gonna watch some videos and snack during this, so I don't really give a fuck about if you care about that or not. But yeah, I'm on track to if I play my cards right, like right at the perfect time, I can be mostly done with Link to the Past speedrunning, and I can. So we're about a month away from Resident Evil 4, and I'd wager that I'll be pretty happy with my Link to the Past stuff by then. So we'll be ready to play Resident Evil 4. Once Resident Evil 4 is done, we'll be moving on to thinking about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom and getting those banged out. So that's just sort of the big plan for the games on the channel and stuff. I know people really seem to like the Zelda games or the Zelda videos I put out for Breath of the Wild, I guess. That totally sounded like a 16-year-old saying that. Sounded like my nephew saying that. What else was I trying to talk about? I'm just trying to whenever something trash happens to my family or just bad situations, bad fights, or I always just try to. I'm not gonna say that generic shit. Focused on the positive. I don't really give a fuck about that, but I do always like whenever that happens. I don't really, I think it's good to remember the positive, but I don't necessarily think that focusing on it is gonna because focusing on the positive is like you're basically saying I expect things to go better in the future. You know what I mean? I don't. That's why I don't think that's worded right. I think there's good intention behind that philosophy, but it's not quite worded deeply enough to be actually useful and make sense. And it's like yeah, a young healthy kid who hasn't been through much, maybe you say that to them, but mostly adults are gonna need some sort of deeper idea to focus on and stuff. But yeah, I'd be like when stuff like that happens, it's like I think it's good to start. It's almost like you want to line up your day like dominoes after that. You know what I mean? You think about the positive, you're going to be thinking about the negative. That's inevitable. Plan for it, right? Don't be like one of those people who think you can just always trick your mind. I feel like that's not the way to master your mind, right? That's like that's like putting a band-aid on it, and then by the time you're 70, now your mind, you've been putting band-aids on your problems your whole life, and then you're going to fall apart early and possibly more painfully. You know what I mean? That's how I know that's harsh and that's like dark and that's really looking out into the future for a lot of people. But that's just how I see it. And if that shit's happening when you're 70, you don't want to ruin your 50s, you don't want to ruin your 40s, you don't want to ruin your 30s. You know what I mean? So that's how I see it. It's just like why lie to your mind basically? Why like push it aside? Right? I don't feel like that's handling the solution. And that's why I was thinking about is like whenever these things happen setting up the rest of your day like nice little dominoes for yourself, because it's not always going to be easy to tackle some crazy perfect day for yourself right after you're going through struggles, right? But if you can line up your day in that type of way, less of those dominoes are going to be bad choices. You know what I mean? Because you're making it easier on yourself and planning out a smart little path out of that depressing time in your life. You know what I'm saying? I think that is a smarter way to look at it than just being like, well, just focus on the positive and get through it. I mean, that's like the most generic garbage that doesn't really help anyone. I don't know. Mike the fucking philosopher psychiatrist again. That's literally like I'm just a gamer nerd, but if you really talk to me, I just always end up being a fucking annoying philosopher psychiatrist. But I'm like actually kind of good at it. I don't know. That's how I feel about it. I know it gets like when someone's just ranting and rambling and speeching and speech. I get that. It's annoying. It's annoying to do. I get that. You know, I'm not oblivious to all that. I just do it when it's a topic that's that important in my life and that important to other people's lives. That's when I get into it like that, you know? Just happens to come out in these commentaries when I'm doing a focused commentary like this where it's handling some specific problems possibly I'm going through or something I've been thinking about or whatever. Well, anyways, yeah, Link to the Past has been fun. We learned a lot of better strats. I think I cleaned up, well, I'm getting close to it. I've at least like laid the foundation of cleaning up the rest of my run. Where it's like I don't have this like blatantly garbage gameplay alongside a bunch of other good rooms, which is kind of how it was. Because all those little 5, 10, 15-second mistakes really don't fly no more, you know what I mean? That's like run killer shit now. Easily, easily. You need a super good run to tank that kind of shit, you know? Even one of those type of mistakes. And they're gonna happen. Like some of them are impreventables. You're never gonna be mechanically perfect all the time, and you're never gonna have perfect RNG. So that type of shit is going to happen, you know. Whether it was the shit RNG or it was just unluck or it was your mistake, and then things got worse because of the RNG, shit like that, you know. Anyways, I'm still sort of dreaming of like I love Link to the Past, but I want more, you know. I know there's ROM hacks, but I'm not that impressed with them, and I just it's sad to me that there isn't somebody who has loved speedrunning enough to make like a really good ROM hack that's like perfect for speedrunning, and it's like pretty much I'm asking for Link to the Past 2 from somebody. And even the one that came the closest has some problems so that speedrunning it isn't viable. It's not as fun for most people. Like really like over the top Kaizo stupid boss segments. The dashing mechanic in Parallel Worlds is it's cool, but it's you almost would want a speed run with and without it, you know? Because part of the fun of normal Zelda is not dashing like that. Or of normal Link to the Past, I should say. And then it's got like if you want good times, it's got like required impossible hovers that are only going to be possible for a couple people in the whole world. So it's like, and it doesn't even work on some of your fingers. Like if you have thin skin, and like me, I have like this really thin skin on some on my knuckles and stuff. It's like not even possible to hover. Even if I start to get the rhythm down and I can do it a little bit, at that point my knuckle skin is ripped up and it hurts way too bad. It's like a chunk gets taken out so easily. It's crazy. And I know there's like other ways to do it, but still. If you need a SNES controller and you need a CRT and you need to break your hands for it, it's not really a viable thing, right? And you don't need to do that for a Link to the Past. And even if you made a Link to the Past 2, basically, and you made that into and had fun tricks in it, like set up bomb jumps and stuff that was like just like Link to the Past, except you set it up yourself, basically. So it's like maybe the floor tiles have different pixels that you line up with, so that's different. Or maybe there's a slow way to do the dungeon too, where that adds 30 seconds, but a casual player could easily do that. You know, stuff like that. But it's actually like purposely put into the game like that. And then just like making some of the beginning dungeons not like snooze fests. You know what I mean? You could even take Link to the Past and alter it as well. You could do, if you were truly ambitious, that's what somebody would do. They would make like a Link to the Past remodeled, and it would clean up some of the dungeons like the first dungeon and the desert dungeon, and even Hera a little bit would have a little bit more challenge added into them, so they're more fun and interesting to watch. A little bit of length even on some of them. Um, you know, and you could really just alter any room. It's just a dungeon is just a collection of rooms, so you could completely change how the run feels by swapping out rooms in dungeons and shit. Like, I don't understand why more people. I get that there's a decent community out there with the randomizer, and I believe in all those people, and there's just not really like somebody really making good Link to the Past game content. It's like I don't know if they're afraid or they just don't want to. Everyone with the know-how doesn't want to pump a bunch of hours into some 30-year-old game, or I don't know, you know, like what's stopping it from happening? Because it used to happen. There used to be a guy who made Parallel Worlds. There used to be a guy who made Goddess of Wisdom. There used to be a guy who made this or that. But there's really, at the end of the day, not that many quality finished ROM hacks. I think Parallel Worlds is the only full featured one. And that one has problems with the speedrun for normal speedrunners. I'm not saying you couldn't do it and have some fun. I'm just saying you might not get the times you want. And there are going to be some things about that game that people who like Link to the Past aren't going to like. It's just straight up. Not saying everyone, but there's going to be a lot of people who like Link to the Past speedrunning. They can do it. They got a pretty good time. And then they go try Parallel Worlds to get that hit again, to get that high off of having a new fun game to play. And there's going to be some weird shit in the game, in the run that you don't like. Because that game is... Even that game, like, has a lot of potential, but it just needs to get cleaned up. Never happened. There's like another version of it, but it's like, I don't know if it's too easy or what's wrong with it, but there's something wrong with it, people say. No one plays it. It's weird to me that there's like a whole ROM hacking tool for the game, and there's probably more than one tool for it too. All this info online, but and it's not even doesn't even seem like that hard of a game to hack, right? And make content for, make sprites for. Like you could do it as somebody an amateur who doesn't even know what they're doing. You probably learn it. But there's nobody who's making games. You know what I mean? There's a nice community. You get thousands of views on Link to the Past content if you're a YouTuber for the game, and you're got some following. But where the hell's the, you know what I mean? It's weird to me. Are those people despicable douchebags? Andy, the douchebag apocalypse, just wants viewers, doesn't want to make a ROM hack for the community? I don't understand, you know? You're getting money for the game. It's like your thing. You speedrun the game. You're a god at the game. But none of these people like care about the future of the game or making stuff for the community. It's weird. It's really weird. You know, and I'm not like I said, I'm not discrediting the randomizer community. I think what they do is fucking sick. Well, got ACM LM stream, like his streams are dope. And you can see what I'm talking about. If you like Link to the Past, it's like just a really cool take on it. A way to make it fresh and playable whenever you feel like going through a somewhat vanilla experience. But yeah, anyways, that's how I was feeling about some stuff. I thought I'd do a little chatting. Now I'm gonna chill out, watch some videos for a little bit, and eat my snacks. And yeah, I'm working on the box. The keyboard's taking a back seat for now. And then the bubble box should be here at some point. I'm trying not to set a date on it because I'm too excited for it. But once that's here, I know I'm gonna you're gonna see some like 4 hour long practice sessions, and I'll be grinding on that thing for a while. So that's what's up. That's what's coming up. Most soonly, that's what I was about to say. That's what's coming up next on the channel within the next 2-3 weeks. And might do a little bit of some other games, like just to play on the bubble box on some other games just for fun. I was thinking that would be a fun way to get used to the controller so I'm not just speed running on it. Anyways. And yeah, oh yeah, the review we're gonna do the review and the unboxing video for the bubble box, and some other stuff like that. There's a very good chance we're gonna buy more controllers and maybe a laptop later this year and some other tech and stuff. So we'll see how that goes, and Not sure if I'm gonna get Street Fighter 6 right away. I might be the kind of game I wait a year or two for. Like I said, if I like I always say, if I had a fighting game community to play with, or even just a small group of players, I probably would be more into them. But I don't know. Without that real life connection with friends and stuff, it's just you know what I mean. It's like not. It's like you're playing a computer your whole life. It feels like even if you are playing online or something, it's not the same. It's like back in the day, Halo split screen with the friends is just you can't replicate that anymore. Even if you did it now, it wouldn't be the same. You know. Because I'm too good now, they get fucked up even harder. It would be kind of fun to shit on my old friends, though. They would never do it. They're like, the second I got good at the game, everyone stopped playing with me. After I got them in their 50s, they just stopped playing with me. I know they pretty much just quit the game, but they also, like, could have easily played some more. They all had internet. They all were bumming around, barely doing college, wasting time all the time, playing other shit games. You know what I mean? It's funny when like somebody is like calling your game shit and the game they like is like the douchiest, boringest game. Like you'd have to be a snob to fucking like it. Like back in the day when Fortnite came out, like and the PUBG kids were fucking butthurt. And it's like, you guys are butthurt, but you don't even play PUBG. You barely play it. You played it like 2 times a year ago. Like, shut the fuck up. You don't have a montage for it. You don't make videos for it. You're not that good at it. You know what I mean? You're barely even practicing mouse and keyboard. It's like these casual people that'll just. They're all like beer drinkers and shit, and they're not even gamers anymore. You know what I mean? Like, they come home and they drink beer and smoke weed with their friends, who they also live with and they simp for. Like their opinion on shooters and stuff at that point is garbage. You know, it's not. They're not somebody who sat there and grinded out Halo 3 and got a bunch of 50s. They're not somebody who sat there and grinded out Destiny and fucking destroyed kids for the first few months when the game was actually popping. The first Destiny for the first few months. I don't even like that game, but it was fucking popping the first few months. It was so fun, you know. Going into one of those big fucking space maps and you just fucking pick the sniper and you dome 16 kids. That was me. It was fucking sick. Like, yeah, it was sweaty. Yeah, you died fast. Yeah, there was problems. But that first few months, that was sick. You know what I mean? I wouldn't play the game again. I respect people who play it because I think it's a cool game in some ways. But at the end of the day, it's just another. There's nothing that really makes it so much better than any of the other shooters, right? And it doesn't even like separate itself that much. Like I bet if you play Destiny, it's mechanically very similar to like Titanfall and Call of Duty and like Halo 5 and shit. I bet you know what I mean? Like they all like the same game almost. Like you could get good at one and you could instantly pick up the other one if you're actually good at if you're actually good, you could pick up the other one and instantly look like you're an experienced veteran. I don't care what anyone says. You can do that. But yeah, like Fortnite actually offered something new and good to the genre. Like the PUBG cockriders or the dumbest fucking. I'm not saying they can't enjoy their game or like when it was popping, it wasn't popping. That's cool. I'm cool with that. But like discrediting the good days of the golden days of Fortnite is like the cringiest shit ever. It's like, oh, you were too lazy to learn how to press a couple keys in your keyboard, so you just discredited the game and acted like a douche. Never experienced a corner edit, shotgun to the face, reset, turn around, edit out a window, shotgun the next guy on the team, clutch it up for you. Never experienced that once, but you're gonna act like you did, and you're gonna act like your opinion on the game is valid, or your opinion on the golden days is valid, which is another concept a lot of people, you know what I mean? If you don't even like the golden days of a game, you're a douche pretty much. If it's a decent game and it had golden days like that, where the first couple of years were fucking money, and you don't like that time, like you're probably a douche. You know what I mean? Like me, like I fucking hate Call of Duty, but I still loved it and played it during the golden days. You know, even though I hated the game, I don't like the mechanics. I wasn't a military shooter guy. I didn't like it at all. I still played it and loved the shit out of it. You know what I mean? I played Modern Warfare. This is coming from a guy who almost had no time to play anything else because all I played was Halo 3 and shit, and then like casual games. I still made a bunch of time for, you know what I mean? I don't know. That's how I feel. And the thing is, you didn't even have to get good at keyboard to enjoy Fortnite, though. Especially for the first 2 years, it was so much fun on controller. You could pick it up so quick. The second you land an edit in a fight, you don't even have to do anything cool after. You didn't even have to shotgun them in the face or anything. You just land it the first time in the first couple of months when the game is out, and you land and you like box up. The dude's pissed off at you because he can't kill you. You edit out the sidewall, and then you come around, and you and your buddy like you miss a bunch of shots, he misses a bunch of shots, but you finish off the dude. Like, even that shitty scenario that anyone in the world can do was so much fun. You know what I mean? I don't care what anyone says. If you didn't do that and you didn't have fun doing that, you're a fucking douche. You know what I mean? PUBG, there's a reason why people wouldn't like it. Super fast kill times, no way to save yourself. Everyone has already experienced that head glitching and corner peeking the fucking game. And you literally have to get into that meta to even like make it past 3 kills. The game was so hard. Why am I dropping in, shooting, just bodying 3 people in the first room I never played mouse and keyboard a day in my life. It was the first time I ever played mouse and keyboard as a shooter. I literally hopped in my first match, dropped down, and there's 3 sweaties in my building, and I'm shitting on them. You know what I mean? They're literally perfect sweaty mouse and keyboard douches, and I'm shitting on them. And then I run to a building, and I sit there for 5 minutes, and I leave the building, and the second I leave the building, I get shot at and die. Like, oh yeah, that's a sick game, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, a lot of battle royales have their stupid shit, but there's like valid complaints against that type of game, you know what I mean? The golden days of Fortnite, if you had complaints, it's like, get good, you're fucking trash. I'm dropping kills on PUBG, and the play style of the game is boring and ratty and boring. And there's no way to be alpha hyper aggressive, pretty much, unless you've sat there a ridiculous amount of hours and you're the head glitch master and you're the decision making master and you drive a car everywhere like Tfue. Like, yeah, I get it. I know what top level of the game looks like. It doesn't look that fun. Just like Warzone is never going to be fun to me. Warzone's just like a better PUBG, and it's still not fun, you know? Nobody wants to play fast kill time, easy aim games where you can shoot people from a mile away with 1 bullet and they die instantly. And guess what? There's loads of casuals who will just stand still for whole matches and shoot you in the back after they stood still for 5 minutes. Like, I don't care what you say, that is a shit gaming experience compared to, especially, even Fortnite now, but it's especially to the golden days of Fortnite when it was better. Anyways, that's how I think that's completely valid. Like, that's not even my opinion. That's just like 100% fact. Everything I just said about that genre. And it just goes on and on like that with games. I don't know. People, they start snorting one game and then they can't stop snorting that game. And I'm trying to line up little dominoes in my life and keep most of those dominoes good and keep most of the habits throughout my day good. And I'm trying to knock them down smooth and have fun and enjoy my little domino set, you know? I don't need people fighting. I know life is hard, but I don't need you dragging me into your fights and giving me dirty looks. I don't need like passive aggressive weird little comments that you half whisper in the kitchen. I don't need these people do. These are my family and the people I love the most, and I think they're better than most people, and they still do this shit. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, and expect way worse from shit friends and shit partners and stuff. Like, the stuff I'm already not okay with, it's just like this is fraction. Like, this is nothing compared to what you'll experience from some other people, right? Jerkwads online on your video games, whatever. Jerkwads on YouTube go out of their way to dislike your videos like weird fucks. It's like nobody even sees that anymore. Like, who the fuck dislikes videos? Especially if it's like, it'd be one thing, like I said, if it was a ranty, annoying video like this where I just don't shut the fuck up. Okay, dislike it. I don't really care. I kind of want to dislike it too. But it's another thing when it's just like harmless content. Like, what kind of weird fucking person dislikes harmless content? You know what I mean? I've never done that in my life. I would never do that. Just like, there's no cringe factor. It's just just gameplay or just something like that. You know what I mean? That's the type of people these are. It's fucking weird, man. It's like I need to start my own fucking church or something because everyone's fucking evil on the planet. Or, you know what I mean? I need to like set my own moral standards for people or something. Write my own fucking doctrine or like some bullshit. Anyway, I feel like eating a snack and then chilling out with a little more Link to the Past. That's mostly what I wanted to talk about. I'm mostly just trying to eat up time until I get my bubble box, but that's how it goes. Uh I don't know. What I notice is it seems like every time that something's a little bit good, it's like life is like, haha, I can do anything to you to make it to bring you back down. You know, I can get you through a friend. I can get you through a partner. I can get you through your mom. I can get you through your family. I can get you through how you feel. I can get you through your sickness. Like it feels like life is like, haha, I can subtly ruin your mood and your the way you think easily. It's like almost like it's laughing at you all the time, right? And I think that's a source of frustration in a lot of human beings. Is because your mind and your life and the background, there's always that sort of haha gotcha sort of feeling, and it just doesn't feel good to be the butt of a shitty joke. You know what I mean? And I think that's sort of what I've been thinking about. And it's annoying because once you realize that, it's like, what do you just let it happen and chill? Or do you sit there and try to fight against that shit every time and try to make it so you desperately control every situation in your life? You know, it's weird. There's not like a very good solution, and it's just a hard problem as well. And it's like a lot of it's just like unlucky, you know. If you were just at work that day, you wouldn't have seen that fight with your family. If you were just in a slightly different spot, you might have got a better partner who's not a douche. If you just randomly picked a slightly different friend in school, you might have not had a douche friend. If you know what I mean? Shit like that. If you just uploaded that video a few hours later, maybe the douche who disliked your video wouldn't have showed up. You know what I mean? It's stuff like that. It's like sometimes it just feels like there's a lot of bad luck out there, and you're a magnet to it, right? Anyways, that's pretty much all I wanted to talk about. I'm gonna head out and chill for the rest of the video, and I'll catch you guys with a bunch of speedrun content, and then we'll move into the rest of the year. So I'll see you guys then.
Mei will be judging our contestants on technique, presentation, and taste.
It tastes like something else.
So let's see who has what it takes to be the next champ of cooking. But before we begin,
I'd like to say a big thank you to Toke Treat and Sakurako for sponsoring today's
cooking contest and tape it in learning how to make tempura yourself, you can check out my previous video. But the main things that Charlotte and Rotaro will have to pay attention to is preparing their vegetables so they're thin enough to cook all the way through without burning. Making sure they use the right ratio of cake flour to starch. That's 6:4. And mixing, but not over mixing with ice cold soda water. And making sure that the temperature of the oil stays at 170 Celsius or 338 Fahrenheit. There are some other small tips and tricks which I will explain later, but easy enough to understand, right guys?
Too many procedures, too many numbers, and looking very hard, especially for the computer. But what do you think, Shala?
Ask me in about 20 minutes.
Okay, now Charlotte and Rotaro are ready to make their own tempura. It's time to get started. Let's see who can make the crispiest and delicious tempura in only 35 minutes.
So let's go!
Oh, I'm starting. Okay. Now washing the vegetable.
First up is the vegetables. Ryotaro starting off while cutting the harder vegetables thinner.
Good, 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 good.
I also showed these guys how to do kazarigiri with eggplant and mushrooms, which are decorative cuts. They could get some more points for technique if they do this well.
Gonna start with this because this looked really hard. Hey, that turned out better than I thought it would.
A choo choo, a woo woo, daddy goo goo. I'm a new dude. I'm on YouTube. I'm poo poo. I'm goo goo. Boo boo.
The octopus.
In terms of technique, who's better right now with their
Right now?
technique?
I think Charlotte looks very calm.
Can just cut it. Oh, f***ing hell.
Just
Can
yeah.
Oh my god, what's going on over there?
I'm killing people.
Gee, I wonder how- Oh my god, is that your finger?
Or maybe not. But still, compared to last time,
I want to speak, but I'm just too scared to speak. When I'm cutting.
I think. Okay, I saw. The best way not to lose a finger is the other way.
Yeah, but then it was like going towards his hand.
Oh. I don't want to watch someone lose their finger over his
Nice,
finger.
nice, nice, nice.
Charlotte has started to cut her sweet potato into cute little heart shapes. And Ryotaro is
It's not as beautiful as.
doing his best. But all in all, things seem to be going well as these two prepared their vegetables. One tricky technique is using a knife to peel things like carrots. It takes a lot of skill to make sure you don't end up wasting too much.
I think it's just not worth the risk. I would definitely lose a finger. So we're cheating a little bit, but it's not gonna make any difference in the flavor, so it's all good.
I guess that works too.
It's the trash together with
Yes,
the,
trash together.
for flavor. For flavor.
Flavor. It's a flavor is better.
Oh. Very thick. Oh, it's with the stem.
Yes.
Oh, is that texture gonna give
Of course, give extra
okay.
crunchiness.
extra crunches? This is exciting. I've never seen that before, but surely it will be good.
Now, Charlotte and Ryotaro seem to have had no problems remembering the proportion of the dry ingredients. Probably because they could hear each other.
We should both have like headphones on.
Another task they have to deal with is making time to prepare the dipping sauce for tempura, which can be a little difficult to do as it requires extracting umami flavor from kombu kelp and making dashi stock.
But I've decided I'm not gonna make the dashi in the dipping sauce because when I tried Yosuke's, it tasted better with just the salt.
Oh,
You could taste the flavor of the vegetables more, so.
Am I a joke to you, Charlotte?
Can I get the tansan? Who has the tansan?
Don't look.
Now, it seems like everyone is ready to fry. Will these guys remember to make sure the oil temperature is hot enough by dipping in a small bit of batter like I showed them?
And just scoop it a little bit, and just take it. And it's not floating. It means that it's too early.
Okay, so we gotta start with the vegetables that are taking a long time to cook. So that would be sweet potato. So cute.
Really cute heart-shaped sweet potatoes.
That's it. Yep. Right moment. Right moment. But I'm gonna start from the hard vegetables, which in this case is pumpkin.
Maybe I'll do the pumpkin next.
It's starting to smell good. I love closing my eyes and hearing things fry. It's like, sounds so good. If that was like a morning alarm clock, I wouldn't mind.
It's really hard to like watch two things at the same time. This is for dashi. This is for dashi. I'm just trying to get the umami out of the kombu seaweed.
I feel like the hardest vegetable is the sweet potato because it's so thick. So you have to make sure that it's cooked all the way through. Yosuke said about 3 minutes, but I don't have a timer. So,
One way to tell your vegetables are done frying is that the bubbles around it begins to become smaller.
okay.
It smells really good over here. Ooh, how's it going? How's it going?
I think it's doing all right. I'm doing all
Yeah,
right.
those
But
are-
just there's like a last thing I have to do, which I'm most not confident with the kakiage.
Oh, what's hard about?
Oh,
kakiage?
it's just the mixing. It's just mixing vegetables. These ones that are not correctly cut. so mixing them and then like trying to make it look like the kakiage that he made before. It's the hardest thing.
Are you adding anything special into it?
Yes, of course. Yeah. Secret.
It's a secret? Okay,
It's a secret. So don't.
Looking forward
just
to it.
please,
Looking
please,
forward
please,
to it.
please. And I'm making a sauce. A lot better than I thought.
Today, I also showed Shala and Ryotaro how to make kakiage, which is a mixed tempura made with thinly sliced cuts of vegetables. This can be tricky as it requires adding a little bit more flour to the mixture, and you have to be careful not to let it fall apart when you fry.
Again, like trying to take the temperature up to 170 degrees, I guess.
2-7.
How's it going over here?
I'm going to try making the kakiage next. This could be a disaster. We will see. So he dipped it in a little bit first to cook the bottom. Let it cook, and then try and get it out of the scoop.
Charlotte has such great composure, very calm.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
All right, there we go. It's good. He said just 1 minute for this one.
I thought maybe a good flair that they could have done is maybe chop up the shiso, mix it into the batter.
Oh, look, it's special guest Judge Chris. He's here to eat all the tempura.
I saw you eating some already, though.
There's some thieves in this studio somehow, and I need to be really careful of what when I make stuff. Starving British peasant right there, the judge. I refuse to be judged.
He likes everything, don't worry.
All in all, it seems like Shala and Ryotaro have really remembered everything I taught them and stayed relatively calm.
Ow! The oil's spraying everywhere.
But now, can they finish off everything as time is ticking away?
5 minutes left. You guys.
Easy peasy.
I don't know about that one, but it's okay. It's just going to Chris.
Do you watch any anime or read manga?
3, 2, 1.
Woo!
Time is over.
Got it!
Are you guys done?
What a mess.
I know, right? It's so messy.
To win Champ's Cooking Contest, you gotta be tough. You gotta have stamina. Nothing's gonna stop you from winning. Nothing's gonna stand in your way. Nothing's... I'm feeling pretty hungry. Good job, I have Tokyo Treat and Sakurako. With Tokyo Treat, every month you will get special snacks based around a seasonal theme. For February, for cute, my links below.
So, let's start with Ryotaro's.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm ready.
Please do.
I'm ready. It looks very shiny. I wonder what special.
Well, okay. These ones are like ordinary, right? And these sweet potatoes, I mixed honey into the flour.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Have you ever done that before?
No.
So challenging.
We'll try the
Which one again?
this normal
Okay.
potato
Normal one.
first.
Let's
And then
start
also,
with normal.
I made dashi sauce as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
Here we go.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not
Okay,
bad, not
okay,
bad.
not bad. Try this one and see the difference.
It's quite a mouthful though.
Oh, it is. Yeah, we just said. Yeah, it is.
It's like the moment I started chewing on it, it just took all the moisture out of my mouth.
Right, exactly right.
Yeah. But it would be very, very delicious with like hot tea.
Charlotte's turn?
Your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlotte.
So I decided not to make the dashi because when I tried Yosuke's version, I preferred it a lot better with the salt.
I love the presentation though. Presentation's amazing.
Good, yeah.
First meal, this was the buffet. It's
Right.
great. It's
There's a
great.
really nice buffet too.
Yeah.
Right.
I want to try the hearts. They are so cute.
Oh, hearts.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Oh, yeah.
So surprised. I thought it was gonna be raw in the middle, but it's cooked.
Does it take your water out of it?
Oh,
It's still juicy. It's juicy. It's
Right?
actually juicy.
Yeah.
A juice. Oh wow.
Still juicy, actually.
What did you do to it?
just timed it correctly.
They're both good. I just have to sit and think about it.
Sometimes buffet's good too.
Yeah. Yeah, buffets are good.
And so finally, me and Maylene took to the judging table to decide our favorite tempura. Both Charlotte and Ryotaro did very well in remembering most of the ingredients. Although Ryotaro was a bit messy with his cuts. Charlotte also took the time to make hers as well presented as possible, but decided not to make the dipping sauce for the tempura, something that would have shown more technical skill.
So, we've made a decision, and today's winner.
Oh, hell.
Charlotte!
Shit on Ryotaro! Shit on!
Perfect.
Presentation was fantastic. Buffet's great, but you had the hearts and you evenly placed it.
So, Ryotaro,
Okay.
your dish was good volume,
I knew that.
yeah, and good cost performance.
I knew that too.
But you're a loser.
It was like Costco. He could feed the whole family.
Just don't compare with me with Costco.
All right, it says I made it for the whole family. You, and all the cameraman, and did it for them, and now you're making me a loser. How cool is that? How cool is that?
Once again, congratulations, Charlotte.
Thank you. ありがとうございます。
So this means you will go again.
Oh, she's just winning because she's pretty and she knows how to make things look pretty. That's not fair. I'm just kidding.
Chris in the final.
Of course, Chris has got to be in there again. Mr. Popular himself.
Might as well make me champion now. I don't think there's any competition.
True that.
And there you have it, guys. Charlotte.
Oh my god.
Make sure to watch the final contest with Charlotte and Chris coming very soon.
Okay.
Chris is a fucking idiot when it comes
Thank
to
you,
cooking.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
you so much.
How did he even make it this far?
And thanks for watching. And remember, after we eat the meal, we all say, what's up?
That video was really good, except they kind of ruined it when they didn't eat a couple more pieces of the tempura. That was really weird. Like, they didn't even talk about it for like 10 seconds. Like, they only needed to talk about it for like 10 seconds to like 50 seconds. I feel like that whole video was almost ruined by that because it was actually a good video. Whatever. Maybe something happened. Well, the party up man is partied up again. Streaming is sad. True that. But then again, a lot of things are sad in life, so. Well, he's gone too. It's damn 5 in the morning already. No, I will not watch your advertisements, douche.
パーティーでも定番ですよね。
あ、まあそうですね。昔からね、ビンゴは楽しいもんですからね。はい。
Now, it's hard to top perfection, but I'm gonna pitch you some other games that we could replace bingo with. So if you will indulge me, I'm gonna recite the line and
Mega Man?
end it with another game. And I want you to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. If you
Where's
like
everyone
this.
going? Mega Man?
Cool? Where's everybody going? Yahtzee?
わかんない。ごめん、わかんない。どんなゲーム？
Where's everybody
They
going?
don't know that one?
Uno? Where's everybody going? Beyblade?
いいんじゃない？
I don't know about that one.
まあ面白い。
The Uno one is kind of
Where's
funny.
everybody going? Magic the Gathering?
That would be kind of funny if that was in the game.
Did you ever consider naming
I like that
the
game.
Resident Evil more because it's more Resident Evil 4 and it rhymes?
どうしたらいい
プロモーションで使ったらいい。
あ、じゃあぜひそのアイデアプロモーションで
That would be shit.
ちょっとアプローチしてみんなが好き。
That would be kind of funny though.
When Leon consumes an egg, does he just drink it raw like Rocky Balboa?
Here's a good question.
卵生でいけますね。
そうですね。
はい。ジャパニー
These
ズ
are the pivotal questions we've all been waiting for.
ご飯に卵。答えは
Yes.
Yes.
These guys just skirt around the question.
Are there any new enemies in this game?
見た目新しいやつがいます。
No.
Have you ever considered letting players combine the eggs with the herbs to make a frittata that heals you?
気づかなかったですね。それ気づかなかったです。いいアイデアですね。
次から最初。
はい。
Frittata.
リメイク。
If they don't make, here's my problem: is like this is gonna be awesome, but if they don't, like, what are they gonna do? Resident Evil 5 remake? And I don't even, unless that game was massively changed, I wouldn't even like that. You know, I'm not a big fan of Chris. Sheva's pretty cool. I don't hate Chris though either. Like, he's okay. Just you kind of don't want him to be. When you're playing the game, it's like Chris isn't the main guy. You know, it doesn't. You're playing as Chris. He's player one, but he doesn't feel like the main character of a game. You know what I mean? He feels like a side character who's like sort of rivals with the main character. Exactly. That's exactly how to describe it. So that's part of the problem. And the other part of the problem is that game is like super fucking level based, and that's just boring. Like, the fun part is like the Metroidvania exploration horror, and they need more of that. For example, like wandering around the village in Resident Evil 4 and like going to the farm and then going to that one area and you see spinals on top of the tunnel and then going and you can go into a couple different areas and it's not even that done that well, but just the fact that it's like that makes the whole beginning of the game and some of the sections of the castle, for example, too. The island is just kind of shit, but that's probably because they had to rush it or something when they were developing the game. But the castle is done well still. To me, the village and the castle are the best parts of the game, but I think that's pretty obvious. Almost nothing on the island is good. The regenerators are scary, so that's pretty cool. And that's like it. The rest of the island is fucking shit. The last boss is kind of shit. The way you fight him. He's not even a bad last boss. It's just the way you kill him. It's not that fun. Maybe it would be fun the first time back in the day, but nowadays, like, that's not a good boss battle. Should have got updated a long time ago. It wouldn't even been that hard for them to update it. Right? It's like you save up all this ammo, and then you use like 6 magnum rounds to kill the boss. And you don't even like kill him with the gun ammo, pretty much. You kill him with like gimmicks. So it's like, it's just, the good thing about the island though is that the U3, or that like weird boss, I forget what it's also, it has like 2 names or something. I think it's called U3, right? That boss is pretty good. It's kind of an ammo dump. The first section of it's kind of stupid and could have been done better and less repetitive. The first section's kind of stupid, but the boss fight is pretty good, right? It's not bad at all. It's a pretty fun fight. It's an ammo dump at least. I guess they were expecting people to dump more ammo on Krauser and that U3, I think. Still, It's like you spent the whole game trying your hardest to save up ammo so you could like fuck up the last boss, and then the last boss is not only a pushover but is like a gimmick boss. Like that's, and there's like not that many gimmick bosses in the game, or like you don't have to kill them with the gimmicks, right? I don't know. That's how I feel about that. But yeah, it's like even though they're making us Resident Evil 4 remake, it's like I'm happy. We're gonna pay the $60. We're gonna love the game. Gonna play through it. Maybe even play through it again if it's worthwhile. And then, you know, what are you? They never like tell you what's possible. They don't even tell you what's possibly on the horizon. Is what I'm saying. You know. So it's like I'm gonna get super invested into this game. And then you're going to, even though there might be something for me to look forward to afterwards, you're not going to let me know that for years, possibly. You know what I mean? That's how, I just think that, I don't like that dynamic with video games. It's kind of annoying. Because it's not really that necessary. They could at least give us a hint to us, you know what I mean? Well, after they, even in one sentence, in any of these interviews, hundreds of interviews about the fucking game, in one sentence they could be like, well, fans who are gonna love this game and they're probably gonna want more after this game, those type of fans can look forward to us because we're working on this, or because we're going to keep making remakes, or because we're going, they could even give us like a vague piece of information that wouldn't even if it was somewhat wrong and it turned out to be somewhat wrong because things changed, it would at least be an idea of what to expect next and what to look forward to. That's how I feel about it. But they just never do that. No, it's really weird how they approach the shit. It's like way too technical and business oriented. It's not very consumer friendly and fan friendly, I think. And it's always pretty much been like that. Not always, like sometimes back in the day they would like, you know what I mean? They'd like end their little game showcase and then they would secretly reveal another game. It's just, that's few and far between nowadays, you know? Mario Odyssey is 20 years old and we never got anything better or a sequel or even a glimpse at a sequel. The best looking Zelda game that ever existed was just a CG trailer from like 2013. Some year like that, 2012, 2014, I don't remember. Even might have been 2011. You know what I mean? You know, you could look back on so many situations that are like that. Oh, you guys gave us Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury. Well, you didn't tell us about Kirby and the Forgotten Land, or you didn't tell us about any new project that might be something to look forward to, which would make us want to play Super Mario 3D World again. You know what I mean? I feel like they're shooting themselves in the foot by being so business oriented and so like, what's the word? Like regimented, and that's not the word, but like so, quote unquote professional. You know. I don't know. That's how I feel about it. I make the best cup of coffee, bro. You get some real nice ground coffee, French press that shit, mad coffee flavor, and it's like not too bitter. It's just like just enough bitter that you can take it, like a man or a woman. And then I don't even know why I'm just talking about random shit now, but so you put some dry creamer in it. You put in some hot cocoa mix. And then you put in a little bit of like cappuccino caramel or whatever flavor. There's like cappuccino powder. It's got it's not the sweetest stuff ever, but it's got a lot of flavor. It does have some sugar. So that's basically the sugar for your drink is some of the hot cocoa mix. I'd usually do like 2 small spoons of each. And some of the cappuccino. Sometimes a little bit less cappuccino, depending on how I feel. And I know sweetened coffee isn't the best drink ever, but it's fun to talk about at least. I don't drink it that much. I like won't have it for a few months and then I'm I'll have it like 3 days in a row and get my coffee fixed, and then I'll stop. That's usually what I do. Yeah, and then after you mix in the dry ingredients, you just put a little bit of like French vanilla creamer, sweetened creamer in it, like that fake plastic shit from the fridge. Probably do anything you wanted at that point, but that's where I get the rest of the sugar for the coffee, and then it's not. I don't. I put a lot of sugar in there, but I don't over sugar it. It's very important that I. You know what I mean? I think it ruins the whole drink then. I still want that coffee flavor coming through and being the main component, you know what I mean? And I'm a kid who grew up and I would over sugar everything, you know what I mean? I'm sure there's a lot of us like that. But nowadays, and it can't be like not sweet. I'm very picky. Like it can't be unsweetened. It's not delicious then. I don't care. Like, why even drink it? I'm drinking coffee because it's fucking delicious when it's sweetened properly, right? I'm not drinking it for the caffeine or anything like that. It's just tough when you're going through phases in life where you don't have people like you used to, you know? I don't know. I never thought that part was going to be so hard. Because I realize now afterwards, it's like having those people made everything I did feel like worthwhile, you know? Like even if it wasn't the most valuable thing, it felt, because I had other people in my life who cared about me, everything I did felt worthwhile at least somewhat. And then you lose those people, and then all of a sudden it's like it doesn't matter what you do, whether you're doing your best or you're doing your worst, nothing feels, do your worst. Nothing feels like, holds out a brat sausage. Do your worst. That'd be funny. But you get what I'm saying. I don't know, and I can't handle that shit, because when shit isn't feeling worthwhile, then guess what? It's really hard for me to be my best self, you know? Or even be a decent version of myself. It's so hard for some reason. It's like I always say, it's so easy when in times of difficulty to like fall onto sins and to fall onto laziness and to just give up in life and stuff like that. So that's the continuing struggle that I've pretty much had for the last 5 years of my life. Thought I'd update you guys a little bit on how that was going. So yeah, after I stop this video, I might not even put Link to the Past in. I don't really care. I just like talking about the game and thinking about the game a lot, even when I'm not playing it that much, just because I feel like it keeps the game alive in my soul. I guess it keeps it alive on my channel. It keeps me in tune, like ready to relearn the hardest tricks of the game and stuff like that. Like because it's circulating through my mind all the time, stuff like that. Which surprisingly is, if you're a speedrunner who's taking it even somewhat serious, is actually almost required that you like tune your mind into the game, sort of thing. For a lot of reasons. Because if you tune it's like how I have my mind tuned for Halo. Like, I'm almost always ready to hop on and play my best match of my life, you know? Somehow squeeze out a little bit more skill after all the years. But that's not as easy if you're not keeping your mind sort of in love with the game. In love with the game, ready to play more of the game, ready to forgive the game when it gives you bad experiences, stuff like that. Focused on the hardest. Like my mind like pictures getting hard no-scopes and good snipes. My mind pictures doing the Link to the Past tricks and how it feels to do them. and it's weird. It sounds like mumbo jumbo voodoo goo goo juju, but it's actually like very true visualization training. It helps with a lot of things like timing and mechanics, you know. Picturing, like right now, I'm picturing how it feels to do the turtle. I can't say that word when I'm talking a lot. Turtle room. Turtle. You just gotta emphasize the turtle. It's literally easier if you say it like that. I'm just gonna say it like that. Turtle room. And then you start saying the words after like that. Turtle room. It's funny when you do that. When you like go from one weird voice to like a normal voice. But yeah, like I'm picturing how to do that room now that I just figured out how to do it. I never even knew how to do it on the box. And I never even watched a video of it, so I couldn't even like copy how the good players were doing it. I was just winging it. And I knew how to do it back in the day on a controller, but I had completely forgotten. And I just now figured out how it's possible on the box. Might be a little bit harder because you don't have that D-pad, but it's definitely doable. And I was shit at it, right? For the last I probably spent like 30 minutes or an hour now altogether in the last month practicing the turtle room, right? Maybe just 30 minutes. Not that long, but just today, like I finally sorry. Got started to get it down to the point where I could like do the trick two times in a row, maybe, you know. But like mentally preparing myself is like it's not only gonna make it easier when I go back and try to practice it again, but it's also I forgot what I was gonna say. Sort of building a long-term connection with the trick, you know what I mean? So that even your worst attempt could be good because you have this long-term connection, mental connection with the trick. It's not just mechanical. You're not just doing it one time in the run and somehow you get lucky. You know what I mean? It's actually hardwired into you. Your mind, your heart, your soul, your timing, your decision-making, your button presses. It's hardwired into all of that. And a lot of people don't look at games this deeply, and I think that's why they don't understand how hard speedruns are possible. Because to a casual gamer who tries it, it's actually very hard. And same thing with like hard video games like Halo, for example. That's why people call you a cheater, and it's like they just couldn't see you as somebody who went that deeply with the game and cared about gaming that much and wanted to be that good for whatever reason, right? But anyways, that's some more stuff I was thinking about. And we can go, we'll land that trick right now. I might not get it the first time, but I'll get it. I couldn't even do it before. Some shit's like that. It's not that you're getting way better or something. It's that the tricks are just weird and specific. And if you haven't figured out that weird specificity, then guess what? Doesn't matter how good you are at the game right now, how warmed up you are, how this is your best run. You don't know that weird little shit, something's going to go wrong. And you're not even going to have a chance at making it go smoothly, right? It's just going to be wrong for sure. And that's another way of thinking that I'm not shit for not knowing one thing in a game or making one mistake at an area of a game that I barely played, you know? In fact, when you're thinking you're shit, sometimes you're like on your way to being one of the best in the world at something, you know what I mean? Okay, so it's impossible to go up there and get that guy in that situation. I'm getting really close to it right now. Ugh, almost. This isn't bad, though. That's like the standard. Like, you should basically expect to get that in a run. That's okay. As long as it doesn't go worse than that, that's what you're worried about. Sometimes, the problem with this is, if you don't land the quick version, then every other thing that happens besides it is fucking shit. Slow or really hard to deal with, and you're gonna get hit by a turtle or something, you know? Got it. I don't even know how I'm killing those turtles, actually. Turtle. Wow, the hammer just kills them from a mile away with that trick for no reason. I always just did it on accident. I don't even know how that works. But you see, like, I actually have the ability to do it now makes sense to my brain, you know? Let's see if all that effort helped with this trick at all. Sometimes you'll get better at another trick that's hard just because you learned something new. And made your brain work for it, I guess. Ooh, that's what you don't want. I'm finding more opportunities to at least do this. I don't know. I don't even know if this saves time if you mess it up. That's my problem. But it's even if you mess it up once, it like wastes almost no time. So that's why I go for it. And if you're good at this split, like this, even fucking up this room shouldn't really stop you. Basically, the hardest thing with this entire split is all the RNG parts of it. Everything else is like easy about it or consistent. But like the beetle RNG, they move differently when you go in the room, so sometimes the fast strat isn't even possible, or the normal strat isn't possible. On Death Mountain, you can get fucked. And from the worms in the castle that spin around, or the little mini troll dorm worms. And that's about it. And the fireball throwers. Like, the only shit that gets you in this is RNG. There's like nothing that really kills your hearts just because it's hard, you know? It's all like little RNG bits and you're trying to go fast and they nitpick away at you. You don't like die in one room, you know? What happens usually is you get hit by the Sandman after the Desert Palace, or you get hit by a crab on the way to the fake flippers, or you get hit by the little greeny cactus dude, or you get hit by a troll rock. What are they called? Dead rock. You get hit by a dead rock, or if the falling rocks in Death Mountain, you get hit by 2 or 3 of that shit. And then you're finally whittled down, and for some reason you make a mistake in the tile room that you never would have made, but you only made it because you were whittled down to like 1 heart or 2 hearts, right? And that's basically the only thing that happens in this dungeon. You could do a dungeon 100, or the light world 100 times up to this dungeon, and that's gonna be what happens when you die. That's what's gonna happen. That's how it's gonna happen. Same shit every time. And if you're like not used to your spin speed because you switch controllers or something, like me, I was better at Light World not even because I was better at the game, but just because I was more used to this box controller, you know. I lost a bunch of good light worlds pretty much to Death Mountain right here. And these dead rocks as well. Death Mountain, the rocks, and the dead rock. That's pretty much what has killed a lot of decent runs into Hera. Killed or like just made the time so shit that I didn't care anymore. Here, it's already happening. It's too hard to do spin speed on the box. And like, I'm pretty damn good at getting up here quick and dodging the rocks, but at that point, I've already been hit 4 times, and my confidence is now extremely decreased for the dungeon, you know? So I can't play the dungeon. No matter what you think, you're not going to play it to the best of your ability. A freak run where you get where you play super clutch, maybe. But that's a freak run that's not happening all the time. More than likely, because I'm so weak, I'm going to make a mistake on one of these easy rooms that you really shouldn't get hit on. Like this room. See? Should have sliced the guy. But I'm making a mistake that I never would have made if I had 3-4 hearts, you know what I mean? That's what we call being a fucking G, bro. If you can land that trick on a box on your first boomerang toss, you're fucking sick. And now I'm good. I think I'm done death warping in this dungeon. Even though it doesn't lose that much time, it's like I don't even want that in my runs at this point. It would have to be a god tier beginning for me to want to keep that, you know what I mean? Like, beyond my skill level beginning. Whoa! What the fuck just happened there? Like, death warping right here would be safer. But I just feel like I'm good at... If you come in here with no hearts, don't do the dash like I just did. Unless you're stupid. Basically, the only thing that can go wrong here is getting hit by a worm. Or rushing one of these rooms because I want to save time. This room's going to be easy 90% of the time. You might get a heart off of that beetle, which you might want to grab. If you have a really good run. Otherwise, you pretty much got a YOLO. And then you would do this here. And that will lose you 2 seconds. Losing about 5 to 10 seconds picking up these hearts. And here you would do this. Lose some more time. But at least you're alive. And here, there's assholes everywhere here. Oh! I would have made it, but I was trying to do something new that I never did before. But you get the point, like... It's probably better just to go through this hard little section with 1 heart and risk the whole run than it is to... And you can... See, like, you just can't... You're never going to be able to... If you don't hit one of these Moldorms with a pot off of luck, you're almost guaranteed to take damage. Or go really slow. See? Like, I had to add, like, 5 seconds onto my time just to guarantee that I'm not dying right there. I want to see if I can... I wish there was like a split to help with this fire skip. It's hard to practice, that's why I'm not good at it. Right here. See, if you do it like that, it's probably best to sword them like that. It's not easy to sword like that, where you like sword and then you cancel out of the sword and you sword again. You're holding it for like a millisecond. It's not the easiest thing to do. It's not hard, but it is something that you want to practice on these worms. Because it's the best way to handle. You only really have to fight 2 worms in this whole dungeon. And you don't always have to fight them. Oh my god, that's fucking hard on the box. I wonder if there's like a way I can set it up. I think it's just going to be better for me to do this with the sword. Like, I know it's a little slower. This little fire skip technique, but... Look at these guys will not... They only blast it here when you're in a run. Otherwise, they'll spend all day not blasting it there. Those guys, little dragons are assholes. See, sometimes you're almost better off purposely taking this spot slow and using the pause buffer. Right? See, I didn't hit anyone, so I use my pause buffer, and I'm seeing that there's an opening right there. And I get down through them. You see what I mean? Like, I probably wouldn't have done that without the pause buffer. Actually, I almost guarantee no one would do that unless you're, like, Eddie. I purposely messed... So you won't agree with me, you'll call me a liar, but I purposely messed that bomb jump up just so I could test out how far away I can be. Just trying to see, like, what's the best way for me to set up my fingers here. This one would have worked, but I was talking, so I dashed at the wrong time. That's how you want to slice them, whether you're facing down or you're facing left. This one will work. Wait for that orb if you have to. I don't know exactly what's faster. It's probably like... That worm's a problem sometimes, especially if you're low health. I don't know if it's faster to do this dash right here and dash down. I've seen good players do that, and then sometimes I've seen Eddie just walk down like this. It's probably so close it doesn't matter or something. And this skip right here seems too hard. Like, I probably would never... I would only do it if I had a bunch of hearts. Because it just requires pressing too many fingers perfectly. And I don't even know if it's, like, working every time. But if I do the sword, it's like every time is gonna... It's gonna be that. Every time is gonna be that. Every time is gonna be that. That one might have messed up. It's just so much easier with a sword, and you're probably only losing a couple frames, so... It's not that big of a deal. There's just some rooms in this dungeon where it's like... Even if you think you know how to do it, you might as well grind it like 1,000 more times so that you can just always do it full speed. Right here, I think it's fastest to get a perfect dash right there, out of there. Come on. Ooh, we did it. But I don't know if that fire was in the right spot. Like, I think that fire might get a little bit lower sometimes. I don't exactly know. I don't know. To me, it seems like... I see the good players, they dash down out of this door, but I don't know. I like the way I do it. It feels better. I don't care if it's a millisecond slower. It just feels better. I do this part with my pinky, so I know it doesn't look like that much, but it feels super swaggy on the pinky. That's all I can say about it. Okay, he's doing this. We'll do this. And that, see what I mean? Like, you're not really losing any time there. I haven't even practiced that either. It's just so much easier. And here, we're gonna slice at least once, probably twice. And you just want to always slice like that, or you're chain slicing them, sort of, you know? I'm too far up here. Like, I didn't need to go up that high, but it's okay. And you don't have to grab this bomb, depending on your route. Ooh, you can get right in between these fires, if you have to, for a second. So that's good to know. This part is just kind of wonky on box. Like, it's too hard to cut this corner. You always end up doing this where you're like, you don't cut the corner and then you get hit by the fire. Always doing it for me. No. Oh, I think I just did it. It's not... It's so easy to mess it up without the sword. The sword slows you down and makes you move more accurately, I should say. And here's like... That's why I pause right there. I feel like I paused there at a good time. And now that I see how to visually reference this jump, it's way easier. When that little fireball's coming for you, you can just do it like that. Yeah, see? Like, I'm maybe losing like 10 frames. And that's if you do the other version perfectly, right? I actually need to miss this bumper skip some more times, because I don't exactly know where the top boundary is for bumper skip. I always just go to the bottom boundary, so... It's like my knowledge is only half of what it should be. So you get a slightly slow bomb jump, you just walk down, and that probably is the same speed, pretty much. See what I mean? Like, why not just do... I don't know how I lost time in that room, but somehow. That's the way you want to do bumper skip, like I just did right there. If you're not a complete god who's just gonna get it the first time every time. If you have even a slight feeling that you're off, you just... Oh, shit. No, you turn to a blue one. Did you see that? Do the red ones, or these guys... Oh, they turn orange. Okay. Oh, they're kind of red on some frames. That's kind of funny. I wish there was like a green one and there was like a magic one or something. That'd be sick. See what I mean? Like, there's so much room in this game for ROM hacks and like just altered enemies and shit. It wouldn't take that much work. Especially if the person really knew what they were doing. And right there, that was an example of just using one sword slash, and that's pretty much the optimal way to get through when he's right up here. When he's like right in your way of these pots though, like right here, that's when you might have to kill him for sure. And if you have a bunch of hearts, you can just tank, obviously. If you got a bunch of hearts and you're really good at this dungeon, you can easily tank that. Not a problem. Okay, so you don't even want to do the fire skip if he's right here. Even if there might be a way to squeeze in, it's probably just better slash and then fire skip like that. See how much you can learn just by, like, you think you know how to do the room, but you just do it a few more times, and all of a sudden, like, you've ironed out all of your weaknesses, pretty much, right? Like here, I'm hitting this bomb jump every time. I used to suck at it because it's hard to do with your pinky. It's not even that my pinky's gotten that much better, it's just... Where do I want to slash exactly? So slash like right here. Like that, pretty much. A little bit above that, maybe. So like, sort of that line, this two circles that I'm standing on, this top one, this bottom one. Like right here, pretty much. You go up, slash, like that. Up, slash, diagonal. Up, slash, diagonal. Up, slash, diagonal. Up, slash. You gotta be very specific with how you hold diagonal. If you stop holding up here for a second, you won't be like clipped into the corner. So up, slash, diagonal. It's pretty important actually, because a lot of times you're going to be hurt here from various things on this split. And then you're going to need to land fire. If you want to get a good time, you're going to need to land fire skip, and you're going to need to not get hit by the little dragons. And landing fire skip helps with that as well. Getting that bomb jump fast is actually kind of important so you don't lose time waiting for that energy orb around the chest. See that time? Like, yeah, I lost a little bit of time, but anything's faster than the normal way, right? I don't even know the normal way of doing this room. Let's see if we can even figure it out right here. You probably, like, do what I'm about to do. Probably, like, go like this. And you dash, and you go like this. 943, not too bad. What do you... I think you get like 7... So you're saving like 2 seconds or so. That was about as fast as you could do the room. Yeah, 2 seconds. So actually not that much, but... It is kind of a hard trick for how much time you save on it, and how risky it is, because you basically lose your run if you fall. The second you get good at the game... I wasn't really fighting him there, I was just talking. And this is the there's only like 2 pixels for this trick. Yeah, it's a lot easier when you've done it. I like fucking with those beetles. There's like 2 or 3 like pixel positions you can be in. This one works. This one works. Maybe 4. This is gonna work. You can like use your bomb jump skills to get better at this trick actually though. And I haven't really done this yet because it hasn't really been an issue. Yeah, that's what you... Don't let this happen in a run, basically. Like, even if you don't want to practice this, at least come in here a little bit so that you're not going too low. See? Or, if you do go too low, look at that. I didn't even know you could save yourself. I didn't even know that. Does that work every time? Oh, if you hold left, so let's say I go too low and I'm like, oh, fuck. Wait, what? I didn't know you could be that low. So 1 more pixel down would have been too much, I think. So you just want to get really used to saving yourself here, I guess. Just in case it does happen. Oh, then you can just do that. So if you have a feeling you're too low, it's actually worth it to take the extra frames and give yourself... Use your dash like that to make yourself only move a couple pixels or 1 pixel. So that's pretty cool. I didn't know exactly how this trick worked, but now it's starting to make sense. And the better you get at it, obviously, you're just gonna do. Oh shit! Trying to look cool. You're just gonna do this every time, like this. It's gonna be pretty much like that every time. But you do want to build up that background information so that you can save yourself from bonking down. You could even go as slow as this. Where you, like, literally take... Not quite that slow, but you know what I mean. Like, you literally look at your character before you start dashing. Like, watch. And that's still a 1.5 seconds faster. It was easy. If I was wrong, I could have adjusted easily because you don't even have to look at this trick that many times to know exactly where you gotta dash. See, and just by that small amount of practice... I've never practiced this before properly. I already feel like I'm not going to mess this up nearly as much. I'll go down here. Oh, we're good. It's about as low as we can go, though. So it was... Sometimes you, like, you're good and you did it fast, but you're actually not in the optimal spot because this is probably the optimal spot what I just came into because I'm pretty high up. 1 more pixel up, though, and I'm falling down, see? Wait, I want to see something about this. If I make that mistake, can I save myself from falling down? Or wait. It's actually kind of hard to mess up once you get good at it. Oh, you can. So if you think you're too high, just hold left. Or down. And if you think you're too low, just... Wait, does down work? Oh, shit. Well, you can't really hold it. It's actually... Never mind, you can't hold it at all. You have to time it, and it's actually really hard. Can you walk this, too? If you wanted to take it a little slower and walk it, you could. I don't know if that saves you, though. Like, for example, if I walked, and I'm a touch too low... I don't even know how they fall there. Like, is this possible to save myself? Oh, it actually is easy. Or it's not, or not easy, but it's not that hard. Just basically involves switching from going right to down and holding down within a couple frames. It's not that bad. Like, it looks like I'm having to... I can almost react to it, you know? Like you do fall fast, but you can definitely, if you practice it and you're aware of it, you can at least sort of react if something were to happen like that. How hard is it to do off the dash, though? Can I just hold down off of the dash? Okay. It's not that hard to do off the dash, so... Now I'm going to be even riskier with this trick, though. Because I know how to save myself. I didn't even know you could save yourself. Like, that's important. Like, you don't want a good run losing 10 seconds when it could have just lost a second, you know what I mean? That could be your best run ever, easily. Even as a top player. You could get a world record and fail the bumper skip like I just did. But you don't want to fall down because it just adds way too much room time. It just adds a fuck ton of time. And you actually want to come in here and purposely mess it up as well. Because that will improve your feel for the trick overall. Wow. I don't think I'm almost ever going to fall there now. Because I'll just go on the... What you could do is you could just go on the low side of the trick, like the lower threshold. And if you're too low, you just do that, and I'm dashing through. It almost puts you in the exact position you need after you do that. That time that was my bad. So you just pretty much always shoot for the lower threshold. See what the upper threshold sucks. You see what I mean? It might work when you land it, the upper threshold of where you can be, but the bottom one's better because it's easier to save yourself. My suggestion is just to do this a bunch of times. What I'm doing right now. That was weird. I don't even know how that worked. There's something weird goes on when the Beetle's right there with the dude with the bumper. Just do that. And you're like, oh, okay. And boom. Even with all that shit, you basically got the same room time as the non-skip. Even with a fuck up. Oh, I fucked up? Okay, that was my bad. Okay, never mind. The timing is pretty tight, but you sort of visually get used to it. The other problem with this save, though, is if you do land it right, and then you're too used to saving yourself, you might do something like that, you know? Because you're trying to save yourself in case you mess up, but you actually hit the trick. So that's another sort of problem with that trick. Or that save, I guess. That's safety strat. So obviously you just want to... This is going to be your bread and butter, though, doing that. You come down, you hold right for a second, you come out of the door, boom. You go down to the exact spot you like, and then you're done. So I'm glad I just putzed around here, because I'm figuring out a lot of stuff that I felt annoyed with, because it's like, sometimes it's killing my runs, but... Let me see here. Like, that's gonna happen sometimes. That's what I was... So you go down too low, and then you realize that after you start dashing like this, and then you start holding down, but you go up too early, and you almost walk down like that. You see? It's just, you want to know everything that can happen, pretty much. Because any of those are liable to happen in a run pretty easily. If you practice the way I'm doing it right now. And right there, I'm on the upper threshold. So if I go up one more pixel. Yeah, the upper threshold sucks. And you can save yourself, obviously. It's just, I don't like the upper threshold. I don't think it's a good thing to go for. Because the way you save yourself is harder, too. Or maybe it's not harder, but... It's good to know, but I don't think you wanna be doing it with that upper threshold in mind. Like, if it happens, it happens, but you're going for that little lower threshold, I guess. How many times can I say threshold? Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom for a second, then I'll come back and putz around. Uh-oh. I just turned on my microphone. Hopefully I wasn't talking for the last 30 minutes to nothing. So it's probably a good time to mess around in the Ice Palace a little bit. Since I'm trying to do NMG and I haven't practiced this dungeon barely at all for NMG. I don't know, like I know this bum jump is easier than the other one, but it just feels like the same thing happens every time I come in this room. Whoa. So sometimes you can just like make it past that fireball. So where do I want to stand if I'm trying to avoid this damage right here? Okay, so basically the shield comes to where this bottom spike is, this blue spike, and you're good. Where are you not good? Here? And yeah, you don't want, you definitely, it's almost like the room's way harder, not because of the bomb jump, but because of that. Watch. See, you just, every time you do it, you just always works. You basically, unless you're top level, you just want to be good enough that once in a while you can land this shit. Just go like that. And that's what you would do if you fucked up in a run. And you get a pretty good room time for that. Laying this bomb as fast as possible is the problem. Can you... How am I supposed to do this hammer dash? It seems like if you do the bomb jump wrong, you can't do the hammer dash. So you want to do the... So you want to do it with the 2 cyan pixel method or whatever. Or the 1. See how there's 1 pixel below his foot? That's the 2 pixel spot. That's the 0 pixel spot. And in between that is the 1, right? Is that how that works? Yeah. 2, 0. I think even 1 more pixel to the left kills you, right? Pretty much. If not, you're not going much farther than that. And it seems like all the bombs jumps work with this spot. Okay, that one doesn't actually. I just don't... I usually get the 1 pixel... In the run, I'm usually getting... this. But it's important to know the other ones, because it's easier for these to happen too. So that doesn't work. That does work. Okay. And that's how you want to do that. If you're in the bad fireball rotation, that's probably the best way to do that. Now, does this work? No, it doesn't. Okay. This is pretty much how you figure it out. You can look at pictures all day, but until you've done this 100 times, you're never going to understand. Jeez, everything works for that one. Fuck, dodging that fire is so hard, man. I'm more worried about that than anything. Because that has the ability to fuck your whole run. I'm not in the right spot either. I was better at this before I knew what I was doing, honestly. Fucking A, that's so hard to land this shit. You almost want to fuck up at that point. Now I, like, can't get in the right spot. Did I clutch it? No. This shit's actually hard. I was just getting lucky. So if this happens, you don't get to do the hammer dash. And you do this instead, I guess. I want to see how fast the hammer dash version of this room is. Does this work? Hopefully this works. I did it! Finally, I got the eddy. That's the eddy. So you save a second. All of that extra difficulty and you save 1 second. Does 1 work there? I don't even know if there was 1. And you don't even do that. Because you're not even saving time. Like, yeah, you're damage boosting, or you're damage tanking to try to save time, but you're not even saving time. You get hit, and it saves, like, nothing. It's not that slow, though. How fast is it if you're late and you don't do that? Is what I wonder. You don't do the hammer dash at all. You just wait for the fireball, like that. Ah, fuck you, fucking douche. I hate that. That block down there is like glitched and doesn't pick up properly. It's so stupid. I don't know the other pixel. I only know like one pixel that works for these, but there's multiple that work. That's the best way to do it, is how I just did it right there. Yeah, Eddie strat is it's good, but it's not. It really doesn't save much time at all. Does that work? Fuck, that one doesn't work. And that works. You almost like have to preload your hammer dash cancel. So you're going to cancel the hammer dash by pressing left probably, or diagonal down left. You almost want to like have your fingers queued up for this shit. Ugh. I don't know how, I forget, there's like a trick to pick up that pot in a weird way, and I don't know how to do it, and if you do it wrong, it like glitches. That's a little bit of a safer way to do that strat, where you're canceling your hammer dash a little bit late, but you can still get a good room time, so there's nothing wrong with it. This room is actually fucking hard. It's like so precise where you need to be, it's annoying. So you either miss one on top or you miss one on bottom. You miss one on top, you miss one on bottom every time. Miss one on top, miss one on bottom. It's so annoying. I must just never want to get good at this room and just leave it as like a bad spot in my runs because it's fucking annoying. No, douchey. I think it's probably better if you just go straight left right away and then start to go down. Let's try that. Nope, still shit. We'll try straight left, and then right after like a millisecond of going straight left, we'll go down. Nope, douchey. The timing on it is so tight and annoying. It's so douchey. Like, you'll always get a little bit too fast, a little bit too slow. Held the button a little bit too long, held it not long enough. Like, that's how you're supposed to do it, but it's so stupid. It feels like RNG more than it feels like skill. That's all I gotta say. Same thing with this fucking room. There's no skill in it. It's RNG. Even if you like try to develop this timing that works, it doesn't work properly. It's like different every time. You just might get it or you might not. Oh, too fast that time, too slow the other time. I'm just saying, like, some strats that these top players use are just douchey little nitpicky things that they had to practice a billion times and they're still not that good at it. It's just RNG still. See, like, I can't even get it once. I've gotten it in runs before. There's a to get that right there, there's like such an annoyingly specific timing on everything. One missed input. You're hit by a fireball and you're fucked in the whole room. The room's gonna be trash. At least, ooh, that was the fastest I ever done that strat, I think. So annoying. I think I'm starting to get the timing at least, so I can like look into it some more times. do, 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 do. I'm literally like making music in my head to get this. Almost. See, that's how it works. It's all the music. Do, 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 do. Ah, almost. Do, 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 do. See? It's literally, it's not even the buttons I'm pressing or the direction I'm holding. There's probably like a billion ways to get yourself over there. It's all about creating your music with the ice. Do, 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 do. Nope, I wasn't in tune with the music. Do, 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 do. See? Woo, woo, like make the sword noise in your head. That's how I'm doing it. You go whoosh, 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 whoosh. That's the timing. If you want to know the timing. A little bit off, but you can hear it. You can almost hear it. See? It's all fucking time. I never knew that little trick to it. I kind of knew like that's how it worked, but I didn't want to get used to it. At least we can like most of the time do that, so that's all I needed. And I used to know how to do the cool shit. Let's see if I can even do it once. But I fucking forgot. Almost. I think it was 2 diagonal slashes. And that would be horrible. Damn it. I forgot how to do this. Two fast slashes. Damn it. They were too fast. Can't do it that way. Fuck, man. This is way harder than I thought it was. I only got this the first couple of times out of sheer Eddie juice. Just because he taught me. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus, that was hard. All that to save 10 frames, dude. And even then, it was mostly luck out of sheer attempts. It wasn't really that I figured anything out. Usually that's what's gonna happen. That was like, even though it looked like shit, that was a good attempt. That's what a good attempt looks like. Looks like shit. Ugh, the way you have to approach the stairs just feels so random. It's because of the ice is just... Like, even that was faster than... Like, maybe you're better off learning that. You just go up really high. Look at that! 454. Shit's faster than the other strat. Is that hard? Yep. And if you mess it up, you get hit by the fireball and you lose 2 seconds. At least. Maybe that's the way to learn it. Like, you just keep doing... Even though it's not proper, you just keep doing it like that. Let's see if I can get this... Now I'm going way too low for no reason. See, I'm saving 18 frames. And it's not that hard. Still, even if you mess up, you're still saving frames. I might put that in my run. That's pretty swaggy. Because that just looks bad, you know? Like, I'm trying way too hard for that strat, and it's not giving me much. I'd rather almost just get good at this strat. Looks cool. You can mess it up if once you learn how to do it. You can sort of mess up your slide and still get it. And you can just do that. if you don't think you got the good strat, you just do that. Oh, I actually had the good strat, but I messed up the clip part. And that's good, but I got hit for, and it doesn't save much time. I want to see how much time you lose for that, though. And that would be ideal, or one of the ideal versions. And there, I save 19 frames over what's supposed to be the easier strat. No, this is sick. This is the way to do it for an average player. One diagonal slice down. Down left. Hold left and slice. And then you clip over the stairs and you go in. Saves time and it's easy. Saves time compared to... You might have to hold up a little bit on your journey over to the stairs. And you might lose a little bit of frameage, but that's okay. It's better than this fucking shit happening. Okay, that was a good one, but you know what I mean. It's better than this fucking shit happening. Oh, yeah. You see? Like, you're not gonna make up that time, and that time's lost for, like, no reason. And look how easy that was. Like, that's so easy. You just go in the room, diagonal down left, left, clip down. Like, I should have done this earlier. I'm gonna choke this in runs for a while, but I think eventually this is gonna be easy. And when that happens, that would be, like, worst case scenario. What do you do to make up for that? Well, I got lucky the fireball glitched through me. Ugh, somehow I'm going too low sometimes. For no reason. The clip part is actually hard, never mind. You get it a couple times in a row and you think you're a G, and then you miss it and you're like, oh, this is shit. It's hard. Because it basically involves like this weird frame perfect Hadouken bullshit. Right? Is it Hadouken? Because you're going left, and you're pressing down, then you're pressing left. Left, down, left. It's like a double Hadouken almost. You're holding left, and then you do like Hadouken through the stairs. You Hadouken through the stairs. And that was the ideal one. I only went for it because I knew I got it. And 405, 513. It takes longer to go down the stairs with that though. But the 405, you're still saving time. Damn, why didn't Eddie tell me about that version? That version's easy and it's... Maybe he didn't want me to know. I was a little bit too low there and I might have done the clip wrong. I'm gonna get the normal clip, the easy top one. Gonna get the low clip. Nope, too low. Gonna get the top clip. Save time. On the... See, like, that strat is not harder than this. This is harder. It requires 5 frame-perfect slashes and directions. This, on the other hand, the only thing hard about that is the Hadouken input. And it's not that hard once you get used to it. It's probably harder on D-pad, actually. I'm gonna start doing it like that, I think. Because the potential is higher, and what the fuck is going on here? Is that block actually there? This is what I like about the mysteries of the Link to the Past hack. I don't know what I was doing. See, and then if you get the good version like that, guess what? You're gonna feel like a fucking G in a run. That's all I'm saying. Only for a little bit until cold stare. And if you mess it up, you just go boop, and you lose 1 second. Not that bad. And more than likely, if you practice this, though, you're going to save a second. So it's like, might as well. Or close to a second. And you just look like a fucking demon if you can do that. You look fucking cool. There might be an easier way to do this with a hammer, but I forgot how to do it. The only reason I ever knew how to do it is because I just randomly went in here and kept trying. So I don't really know what to do. Let's try diagonal, left, and then up. Yeah, there's nothing that seems easy. Oh, I think I was doing that. I was doing diagonal down twice. Nope. That's closer, but that's not any good. I think this hammer does help, but you just need to know how to use it. Like that sort of shit, where you'll just like start moving really fast all of a sudden. Yeah, the way I do this room is probably the best though, honestly. Because the worst case scenario, you just do that. And you wouldn't get hit by the fireball because you're not putzing around. And we got the clip. I could tell that we were right at the bottom threshold. I don't know what you're supposed to do in that room. It seems like dashing's faster, but I see people who don't dash, so I don't know. And we got the clip. Once you get good at the Hadouken, you can tell that you're going to get the clip just by how you approach the stairs. At what height and everything. And we're going to get the clip. And we save frames. See, I'm getting it more. It's easier. I'm putting in less mental effort. And it looks cooler. And the worst case scenario, boop, not that bad. You don't even get hit by the fireball if you... You can even... Holy shit, you can even fuck up like that and it still works. Still had a pretty fast room time. But if you do fuck up like that and you fuck up the clip, then it's pretty bad. You shouldn't really ever make that mistake. If you're even somewhat zoned in. Yeah, I didn't know if I was ever going to use this strat in a run, but now I'm going for it. Fuck it. Okay, so if you're going too low, you don't even want to try. Because you're going to take damage. I see. And that was a case where I went too low in the beginning and I tried to go up and fix it and it didn't work. That was basically the same thing. I think that one was actually fixable, but I just messed it up. That one too messed up the fix. It's hard to fix it if you go too low. That would probably be ideal, because look at that, 437 room time. That's just kind of risky, because you might bump into that block that the fireball is attached to and stuff. I gotta stop slowing down my dash there. You want to be able to save, or to have your backup strats, like, mastered. Yeah, the fact that you have to do 3 dashes there sucks, though. That's the reason why good players think it's a bad strat. For casual runners. I think I'm going to start going for that version. It just seems like the most repeatable version. Coming in really high. And not even saving that much time, but not losing time. Oh, I like had the clip and I lost it. That would be fine in a run right there, though. So I saved the clip right there by moving up a little bit during my slide, but Not ideal. Did it again there. Almost did it there. I didn't move up fast enough. Yeah, I think you're better off going in high, man. I don't know why I keep going low. It's not that hard to go in high. Again, why am I letting myself go in low? Makes no sense. So you can even delay your dash there and still beat the fireball. Ugh. Went too low, didn't save myself. No, I'm messing up the fucking clip, man. It's like tricks like this, like the second you think you got them down, then all the mistakes start coming out. You can never just be happy and have a cool trick under your disposal. It's always too hard. I'm gonna practice that shit so much until I can just do that every time. That's the way, man. Like, how did I get so low right there? No, saving yourself sucks on this. It fucks up the clip. You want to approach this thing, like, perfectly every time. You're almost, if you're going to try to save the clip, it's almost like you just want to go too high then. I'm going to try to save it. Oh. Fuck, man. What happens if you just come in here and do this? Like, that's actually kind of fast still. I think I used to do this back in the day. How fast is that? Whoa, that's pretty good. What is that? Maybe I was right back then. You come in, you go down, you dash, you go up. I might have to keep that one in my back pocket. That method's like the easiest and has a good time. Even if you add an extra bit in there, it's still fast. That strat's too good, bro. It makes you not even want to do the other strats. I mean, it doesn't look cool, but it's like idiot-proof. You can't even hit the fireball. You can literally just come in the room, hold diagonal. Get a 534. That's probably the fastest you can do that, or really close. Okay, so that's nice to know. Now I'm stuck up on this douche strat. There's too many factors that make this not really possible in runs. Just because so many different things happen. The ice fucks you up. The fireball block fucks you up. The stairs fuck you up. The clip part is hard. The recovery is slow if you fuck up. You might clip to the left of the stairs. You might not clip in the stairs at all. You might, you know. It's like too many things can happen besides what, like that happens. Felt like I landed the clip, but for some reason I'm not clipping. Again, the timing on the clip is harder than you think. You get it a few times and you're like, oh, this is easy. But no, it's not easy at all. And that's the way to do it, how I just did it right there. For any normal human being, that's what you're going to want to do. And that's the ideal clip. And Eddie just walks there. I'm not sure why. It's slower, so I don't know what's going on there. He probably has some weird fucking CRT fucking reasoning. And then sometimes you try to save your positioning, and you didn't even need to save your positioning. So you pressed up, you ruined your clip by pressing up. Like, that was pretty fast still. That was as fast as that slow strat. Quote unquote slow strat. And I even, like, bumped the fireball block. Don't hold down when you go in there. Too low. I think if you're too low, you might want to just bail out sometimes. Whoa! I like delayed my clip by swinging the sword from a distance. That was cool. You could like clutch it out like that if you knew how. Fucking A. If that happened in a run, I would want to quit the run so bad. For no reason. Like where you get the positioning on the clip and you feel like you did the clip right with the D-pad movement and then it just didn't work. Because you must have been a little bit off with your something, positioning or the D-pad movement. Or like the timing of when you release the sword maybe, I don't know. That'd probably be like the version I'm going for in a run. Because it's fast, it's not too risky. It's pretty repeatable compared to these other versions. That would be okay. It's a little slower, but still fast. Here we're going too low. It's like, why even try to save it? You're probably better off just going for the slow strat at that point. Or the slow recovery, I should say. The stair clip is too cool to like not want to do though. Because you don't use it anywhere else in the run. And if you get it, it looks fucking sick. I hate that the low version like that doesn't give you the clip and it damages you though. That kind of pisses me off. Ugh. Fixing it too late is way hard. Got this one. Ah. Timing was, see the Hadouken, the timing's actually really hard. You get it a few times and then you miss it and you're like, oh, it's way harder than I thought it was. I just got lucky. I'm dashing that room. I don't care if Eddie's strat's faster. I'm gonna dash in that room. If even one other good player does it, I'm doing it. Fuck. Never mind, this is a bitch. See, it's just better to go up high. Less risk and more time save. Probably could have even saved that right there. If I had seen it happen before. That almost happened again. I almost did it again. Don't want to lose your time save by messing up the easy stuff. Did I get hurt? I don't know. Yeah. Got that one. You almost like do the Hadouken bullshit. It's not exactly Hadouken. From like a slight, like you don't just release the spin when you're touching the stairs. It's like almost slightly before. Once you know that, I think it makes it easier because you're like spinning into the stairs instead of going up to the stairs and then releasing it and wondering why it didn't work. You're just getting it, you know? That's acceptable right there. That's fine. Ugh. If I released like 2 frames earlier, I bet that one works. And right there, I tried to fix it, and I didn't release my spin earlier enough because I was trying to fix my positioning. But I should have just released the spin early enough because I probably could have made it anyway. And then sometimes that happens. You're like 2 in the middle of the stairs, and you actually release the sword at the right time, but it doesn't work for some reason because you were 2 in the middle of the stairs. You were too much in the perfect spot. Like, it's really weird. See, like, even that's is faster than the slow strat, so. And this is the slow strat. which is easily repeatable and not that slow. So. Right there, that would be like the worst case scenario. I basically did everything right, but I was like 2 in the perfect spot, so it's not happening. That's what I want to hit in a run. I don't even care about the fancy version. The fancy version always results in that bullshit. You're trying to go for the fancy version so you don't even clip the railing at all. You just get stuck on the outside and looking like an idiot. Because you're picking the version that's too hard to do. Yeah, with that way, you almost sort of release when you're having to fix your position and go up a little bit to do this version. You're almost releasing your sword a little early, it feels like. A couple frames earlier. It just feels like it gets you through the stairs more. You clip the stairs more often. This one will work. Whenever I'm going at that that angle to the stairs, I know I'm gonna hit it. Now I'm gonna be too low. I did it on purpose actually this time. And that would still be okay right there. Even a big mistake is still fast. I guess that's not a big mistake. A small mistake, it doesn't really fuck you over that bad. Okay, so that fucks you up. I don't even know if it's possible then. See, like, I was on track to do the hard Eddie version, but I just moved up a little bit anyway, just to be safe. Clip the stairs, fuck it. I'll take my 10 frames instead of my 50 frames of time save. Yeah, that fucking... The version where you just hit the, like, room transition hitbox right away is so hard. It's like that. It's like that, except it works. It's so hard. Yeah, see how much harder it is? I just can never land it. I'd rather just clip the stairs like that. I don't need to go right into the transition. Make it a hard trick already, like, almost impossible to repeat consistently. That's the way to do it, man. It's faster than the slow strats, and it's easier than some of the slow strats too, so it doesn't even make sense. Like, why wouldn't you do this? And there, you pretty much have the best stair clip tutorial in the world, apart from maybe Eddie could add something to it with his hard version of this clip. And then that would be the perfect video. Because I talked about all the easy versions, pretty much. See, like, that's just so not that hard. It's not very punishing if you miss it. You might get the good version like that. Like, see, I just happened to luck into the good version. And boom, boom, boom. You're not even gonna get hit by that fireball in a run, watch. See, putzed around, still didn't get hit by the fireball. Got the good version. And the dash saves frames there. You actually can't walk into it that fast, so I don't know exactly what Eddie's doing there. Cool. Now we got... See it? Just with a little bit of practice and a little bit of communication or like conversation with yourself and the audience, you can still then get hit by the fireball, and I putzed. Oh, missed the clip. whatever. That's what I get for going for the hard version. You can even do weird shit like that. As long as you're facing that direction with a sword, you can do the clip. There's not really anywhere else where you use this weird shit, so... You don't really get to practice it anywhere else. The skills for this trick. And we will get it. Oh, I don't know what was wrong that time. Sometimes you feel like you're gonna land it, and you just mess up the Hadouken part a little bit. You're like so close. Sometimes I come out of that second room with a 504, and then sometimes I do the same thing. And I come out with a 515, so I'm not exactly sure why. Does it have something to do with the stair clip differences, or what is going on? Fucking A, man. Focus up, but this is not hard. Oh my god. It's like you'll get it down, and then you'll never be able to do the Hadouken part anymore. Even though you did it 40 times in a row before, for some reason now you can't do it. It's weird. The Hadouken input is pretty specific, that's why. Yeah, I hate that method. It's so annoying. Okay, it's not too bad when you really get in tune with the rhythm. It's easy to mess up, though. Because it's near frame perfect slashes. What you're doing is you're nearly frame perfect pressing the buttons at a specific time that has a rhythm to it. Or not like a rhythm, but it has like a cadence to it or something. Not a cadence, like a pattern, I want to say. I don't know, there's a word. Some sort of musical word. Right there, it felt like I did the pattern perfectly, but it didn't work. It's annoying. Whatever, it's not that bad. This one is frustrating. Because it's so cool when you land it, and it's just so unsatisfying when you don't. Got the good version. Oh, the bad version of it. A little bit too low, I think. And we will get it. Oh my god. So that timing on that, the release and the Hadouken is so specific. Because why it's so hard is you're not always coming at the stairs at the same speed, right? The ice makes each one, your approach to the stairs, each one a little different. You're going for that right there, like, that's ideal. And again, 5:14 room time, what is that about? It doesn't matter that much, but I need it. It'd be nice to know, like, why I'm losing that time. Is this room gonna be faster now? 506? Look how good I am. I literally can pick frames out of my brain. See, I wasn't approaching the stairs quite as fast that time, so I released it early, and then I was a little bit too far to the right when I released it. So an otherwise good attempt goes down the drain. Because of a little bit of a speed difference on the ice. And there, I was going too fast when I approached it, and the opposite happened. Would have been a good clip. Like, it would have been like that, pretty much. Yeah, right there, wouldn't have been even worth saving. I should have just came up here and dashed down. It's hard to decide that in the moment is the thing. I like that version for some reason. Because it looks kind of slow, but it's not. You're just holding your sword out across the whole room. And you don't even get the magic stair clip quite right, but it still goes pretty fast. And right there, that was another example of you went too low. Fuck. That'd be the slowest version, and that one's okay still. Like, don't feel bad about that version if you landed in a run, it's fine. Right there, I had to go for, like, the big save because I went too low. I guess. And we will get it. Can always get a feeling when I'm gonna get it. It's not always correct, but we will get it. Clip the stairs, clip the stairs. We will get it. And there. The Hadouken input was a little bit off. And the slide was a little bit slow, so that ruined my timing. Damn, I don't know what I'm going to do in a run for this room. Because I'll probably choke it and do something like that at best. More than likely, I'll end up on the side of the stairwell. From going too low. Like that. Went too low, and I did the Hadouken wrong. And that's what I would like in a run, because it was easy and repeatable, but I won't do it. Oh, and you can, like, clip out of the stairs and lose time. So that's good to know. That's the good version. See, he walks up like that. And I don't know why it's slower. Ooh. Okay, that's the bad version. Too low, but you still save a little bit of time, I think. Jesus. I was up high and the timing on the fucking Hadouken is so hard, actually. I'm just glad there's like a way to save it if you fuck up right in the beginning. $517, $506. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna watch his run. I don't know what he's doing differently. Kind of pisses me off. Out of here, ice blocks. What is he doing here? He does some weird shit where he like perfectly goes down the railing and he goes in up there. He doesn't always do that. I think it depends on where he comes out. Like that decides where he goes. How do you do that? Comes down. He like, oh my god, that's annoying. Why does it gotta be that complex of how he does it? Because watch, he comes in this room and he goes like a pixel diagonal down left, and then he goes left for a pixel or two, and then he goes diagonal. It's really weird. See, diagonal weird movement right away. So holds the sword, Then he's going straight left. And then like right about here, he starts going down diagonal. Probably holding down at the end of that. Yeah, I don't know. His version looks fucking annoying. Probably works, but... Yeah, he's like doing this weird thing where he's going down right through the stair. Like he's not going on the stairs himself, he's going on the railing down. And that puts him out like over here or some shit. I don't understand why he's falling right there. I guess this shit doesn't matter, but it's all like a couple frames, it doesn't really matter. But... Now his version looks more doable. Except for that part where you're holding left and pressing the sword button, they might throw you off, you know? Oh, he goes to the left right there, okay. Now, how does he do this one? I think Eddie's only walking it when he gets that weird version. And then otherwise you dash like me and ACM are doing. And hey, let's check out this guy's run too, just to kind of reconfirm anything here. He didn't do that movement that ACM just did. Damn, he's a pro.
Let's go.
And he walks right there. Okay. So if you get the good version, I guess you walk. That's good to know. Maybe we can practice that a quick second before we get off. Ooh, maybe that's the version to do, man. See, like, could I have turned that into the fancy version where let me see here. Almost like you want to wait there for a bit, and that's the hard part. And that was like I waited there for like 3 frames too long. Right there, I just moved wrong. I actually waited the right amount of time, I think. See? It's like weird. It's like the kind of shit that you can't just learn by someone talking about it. You gotta do it 100 fucking times. You get a crazily, like, specific feeling for it. Just like the turtle room in Palace of Darkness. I don't know why I'm messing that right up. Oh, fuck you, man. Eddie's version of this is too hard. That always happens, like, every time. The second you're not warmed up, that's what you're gonna do. The second you're not warmed up, you're gonna do that every time. That's why this version's better. Shouldn't even do the correction version, it doesn't work. It's like a YOLO at that point. Oh, and you clip through sometimes and you clip too high and you just go sliding off into oblivion and waste a bunch of time. That is so annoying. It's like as hard as a fucking fancy Bowser spin, or fancy Ganon spin. Some frame perfect Ganon bullshit. So here's where I would walk like that, right? 456. Oh, that is fast. Okay. Just wondering what was going on there. If you're gonna do a hard glitch, you might as well be able to get all the soak up all the time you get for it, right? I will get it. No. I will. He will die. I will get it. No, man. Sometimes I swear the speed. Like, sometimes you go in the room and you just get faster for some reason. Sometimes you go slower. It's weird. It makes the timing of the... And this would be slower than walking. Yep. It's about 13 frames, 14 frames slower. Ugh. Like there. I actually did everything perfect. I just didn't have the speed for some reason. Unlucky. Too low. Shouldn't even have tried to save myself. Too low. What do we do? Just go up like this and do that? Lose a half second, whatever. And that's about the best save you can do if you fuck it up. Oh my god, it's so hard to do the hard version. The same thing happens every time. Like, when you get it, you don't even feel like you did anything right. I like my version. My version's more fun and it's more repeatable. So you can, like, never walk down into the stairwell. That happens every time, bro. See, like, why can't I walk down the railing like he does? You have to, like, do it in this exact weird spot to do that. And you have to go down the railing at the right time, too. Should have went up faster and saved it. Oh my god. I always release it, my spin too late and do the Hadouken wrong. Whenever I get the right approach. Like there, that was the right approach and I... Because the timing is, depending on which version of this you're going for, is just slightly different. And it makes it hard to like be good at all of them at the same time. It's like you have to like free ball every attempt. Or whatever. Right there you would just dash down right away. And there was the good approach. I could tell that I was going to have a good chance at making it. And that's as fast as you can do that room. And then what's this room time? Slightly slower though. So you're really not saving any time by doing that. It's about the same speed as dashing. It's just safer, so you might as well. Because it's the same speed. I like that version. I don't know. Feels good to me. You have to dash in this room. And then it makes this room go a little faster. So it's like whatever. There's only like a 2-frame difference or some shit. Outside of after this room, I guess. Look at that block is mini now. What the fuck? I think it's easier the way I sword in this room, but Eddie does 2 swords, I think. Oh wait, maybe his version is easier. No, his version's really easy to go too low. Yeah, his version's super easy to go too low. And it's too easy to do that. I don't know. How is he? What direction is he holding when he's doing these slashes here? This is probably some SNES fucking CRT SNES controller bullshit that he's getting away with. Ugh, I'm not on him. You see how happy this good runner was when he landed the stair clip? That just shows you how hard the shit is. He lands it in his PB and he's like pumped. Alright, where are these first two slashes? Like, what is the point of these? Diagonal down. Yeah, he does like 2 diagonal down lefts as fast as possible, it looks like, I think. And that doesn't really work for me. That happens, like, I'm not on a controller, it's hard to do these slashes. Mine's better for, at least for my input device. His version is just like more inputs and it doesn't really do anything. Besides, it sort of sets you up for the better stair clip, sort of. If you do it right. His version, like, makes it so the beginning is, like, frame perfect as fuck. And it's not saving me any time either, so. See, like, I can't even get it because I'm going too low every time. Yeah, his version isn't good. Not for this, at least. My version, I'll probably get it in the second try right here, Juan. All those tries, and I get my version instantly, you see? Yeah, the clip part is still hard. Doesn't really matter how you approach the stairs, the clip part's fucking hard. It just feels like it's repeatable when you're good at when you're in the groove. And the second you're not in the groove, you're like, oh, this is fucking hard as fuck. See, like, I did everything right, but I approached the stairs a little slow, so it didn't work. Crazy. That's the version, man. Right there, I released my spin a little late. Right there, I released my spin 1 frame late. And we just lucked into the fast version right there. Doesn't really matter where you fall into these holes or how you get into there, honestly. What was that? Trying to see if some weird shit would happen. Fuck. Ah, at least the spin timing is ridiculous. Right there, I don't even know what I did wrong. That one felt perfect. It's frustrating when you don't even know what you did wrong. Like many interactions with women. You didn't even know what you did wrong. You existed, and you weren't her, so that's what you did wrong. Fucking A, the clip, man. Like, yeah, I'd be a little bit better at this if I wasn't commentating, but still. Fuck this clip, dude. Why's it gotta be so fun when you land it? Give me through the wall. You never know which fucking version of the stair clip you're going for until the last second, so you can't do the timing of the clip spin good enough. That's the problem. Unless you specifically go for that version every time right there. And even that, you'll still fuck up. Because it's... You might do that. Or you might go a little too fast. Or you might go a little too slow. Right there. Was when it was going way too fast somehow. Some way I was going way too fast. Right there, that would be like the perfect speed and the perfect clip timing. For that strat, at least. They're all slightly different strats, right? Like right there, I think I could have started walking down right when I was in the stairwell, but I can't practice because it's too hard to get that clip. Ugh, too early. Or sorry, too late. That one was too early. The timing on this is annoying. See, whenever I get a chance to try what he did, I accidentally do it wrong. And right there, I was gonna do it, but I didn't land the clip. So I can't practice what you're supposed to do when you get the clip. Fucking A, dude. So many different things can happen here. Release my spin too early, too late, too early, too late. Hadouken wrong. Hadouken at the wrong time. Ones that felt perfect still don't work. So next time when you need the same input as the perfect one, you're not going to do it. It's too hard on box. It's probably easier on controller. Mostly because the Hadouken and the timing is just too hard. Oh, why do I care so much about this 15 frame trick in the game? Fuck you, the uncorrectable, overly specific douche-mongler trick. I'm gonna get it 3 times in a row and then I'm done. Oh, I got the good positioning and the timing wasn't frame perfect. Okay. Eddie was right. Don't do this version. Or don't do this stair clip at all. It's fucking stupid. It'll just, unless you're a weirdo like me, it'll just produce more rage than is necessary. Do it in practice a few times so you can feel like a G and then never do it again. Don't do it in your runs. See, when you do it perfectly, it just doesn't work sometimes. You had the good positioning, you pressed all the buttons exactly the same, but it doesn't work. It's not really a trick. You see it in the world record run, it's actually just a luck. It's not a trick, it's a luck. Oh, did you get it in the world record? Well, that was all luck, douche. We're trying to act like it was a skill thing. Luck, luck. Just lucked into it twice. Oh, and unlucky. 1 frame off of random sliding bullshit and it doesn't work. Oh, 1 frame off. Did everything right, but I was a frame off. Oh, I slid slow. Actually, wasn't a frame off that time. The sliding was just so slow for no reason. Right there, I might have been able to go down through this little part. But who knows? I can't even get this 3 times in a row to save my life, man. 1. Ooh. No, the differences between the little spots where you can clip make it way too hard to actually be consistent at this. That shit happens every time. He said that doesn't save time, but that still saves a little bit of time over this right here. Or whatever. What is it? Fuck. You like cannot go down. The Link does not want to move down there. And it what? What? Wait. What is happening? Let me see this. Oh my god, why is that not working? Is you have to go diagonal down right away? Is that it? Oh, that's weird. Now can you hold down? What is holding down in the beginning do? You like, for some reason you don't come off of the dash the same when you hold down. It's weird. It's like a glitch almost. Yeah, that way is easy. You come in the room, you're holding down left, and then once you start the dash, you're holding left, and then to come out of the dash, all you do is press up left, or you switch from pressing left, and then you hold up 2 on your box controller or whatever, which is easy. Why can't I just leave this room alone, man? I'm so fucking obsessed with nothing. Shit that isn't even fun in the run. It's more just like frustrating hard stuff. Like the fucking tile room in Hera. Like, why do I care about doing that room the hard way? No. Why do I even think about doing this in a run? It's stupid. This version is sick. It's so fast. 526, it could probably even be a frame or two faster. It's so fast and it's so repeatable. Like, why don't I love this version right here? Like, what's wrong with this? There ain't nothing wrong with that. It's fine. It's fine. Like, what's wrong with that? Oh, this is so much cooler, bro. Bumping into the side of the stairwell over and over, hoping for frame RNG to help you out. Oh, you finally got in a run. Cool, bro. But you lose time in this room. And your frames that you thought you saved, you didn't really save that much. I don't know, whatever. That's my Lonely Fireball tutorial. For you lonely fireballs out there. Why is it called Lonely Fireball? It's not really even a fireball, it's like a... It's like a fire sword. It's like a Mario fire spinner. Alright. I'm sick of making videos for now, I think. I got a lot of the stuff, though, that I wanted to clean up about my run starting to clean up here. Now I really got to focus on Ganon, which I've been putting off. Because I know the second I get decent at Ganon, I'm going to want to do runs, and I've been too afraid and lazy to do the last of my runs here. I also just don't want to sit here and practice spin speed on my fucking box controller, which is what I need to do, because spin speed matters for so many spots. Getting Bombos medallion or whatever it's called. For Meyer, getting up Death Mountain the first time for Hera. The spin speed after Eastern matters a lot. Those four spots, and missing all of those fucking sucks. Missing them on Death Mountain fucking kills your runs, and it's like a screen that should be super fucking easy if you could just do spin speed like you can on controller, becomes extremely annoying on box, because the second you're not warmed up to do the spin speeds on the box, you feel like you are going to fuck it up and you're going to lose 15 seconds every time. That's just not acceptable when you already have a bunch of light worlds without that mistake, you know? It's like you're adding a mistake back in because you're not maintaining a hard skill. It's not even that you're maintaining a hard skill, it's that it's not easy to maintain that skill. It's not that you weren't good at it. It's that it's sort of just RNG. And very specific, like, I'm warmed up today, so I'm going to land these sort of things, you know? I'm having a good day, so I got lucky and I was getting in the groove and I felt all of the spin speeds in the first try, blah, blah, you know? It's nothing that's like you can guarantee that I'm always going to hit my spin speeds because I'm that good. That's the kind of shit that doesn't happen for like 10 years of practice, you know? And even that person will still make mistakes, but obviously they've fine-tuned their gameplay and everything. Yeah, I wanted this overworld movement to the Ice Palace. I want to take a close look at there. Poke dash on Cold Store is a fucking bitch. The timing of it, it's so annoying. The positioning of it, it's so annoying. And it's like, if you get hurt in Ice Palace, which could easily happen, like, you almost need to be able to do poke dash. And if you can't do poke dash, you're like almost guaranteed to die at Cold Store. That's the fucked up part. That the backup strat that's not poke dash isn't guaranteed. It's based on the luck. And if you don't get that strat, good luck, because you're going to lose 5 to 25 seconds probably. Or even more. If Cold Stare's fucking you over. Basically, for Mothula, you can practice the safe strats, and it's good to know them as backups. But you really just want to get good at the poke dash, because what people don't tell you is that the poke dash is doing like triple fucking damage for some reason on this boss. And like the poke dash makes it so you're not just slicing it over and over into the fucking spikes, risking your life for no damage. You might as well risk your life for massive damage with the poke dash. I don't know exactly how it works, but that's what it seems like is going on for me. Because if you even hit him with 2 poke dashes, the thing's like dead for sure. If it doesn't die from just the 2 poke dashes, it seems to die right after. To a fire rod or a slash or something. Or those are the 2 options again. I don't even know. Maybe you can poke dash and then release the spin and like double hit Mothula sometimes. I don't know. I'm sure good players know how to do that. If it's possible. I think they just go for poke dashes over and over most of the time. And then maybe a slash after they know they damaged the moth. They only start going for the slashes when like they know the moth is about to die. That made this fight a lot easier, but it's still luck because no matter how good you are at this poke dashing, sometimes when you're going to poke dash them, you're going to get nicked by the moth's hitbox and get damaged. Or you're going to be a little slow and the moth is going to move into a certain spot and it's going to start launching its beams out and you can't really poke. It's so hard to poke dash when the beams are coming out because there's like almost no room to do it and the floor is moving, so it's like luck at that point. That's the other thing. Like, it's fun to play on box, but I feel like you don't really get any credit from people for, even though I'm making the game harder for myself, they're not going to, you know, to them, they're just watching the game and it's like, they're just going to compare me to people playing on optimal equipment. You know what I mean? That's what I don't like. And I guarantee if like a known player was like making box content all of a sudden, they're like, I have a 125 and Link to the Past, and now I'm learning box, and that's their YouTube videos for a while. I guarantee their fanboys and fangirls would be like, damn, you're so good on the box already. Oh my God. And they wouldn't even have to be that good. But me, I'm over here. It's like, I'm probably the best box player in the world. If there is even anyone else doing it, And even if there was somebody better, they're probably barely even better. And I'm like getting nothing for it. Like, I don't even think I got like one comment on the 100 link of the past videos I uploaded. It's been like, yo, bro, nice. Or, yo, bro, you're the only person I see doing this on box. Good job. Or nothing, you know what I mean? It's weird. Probably would have gotten more positive feedback if I just played on the CRT right away and tried super hard to get it 129 and never played it again, you know? I was trying to make my shit special and have more fun, but it's like people are fucking weirdos and they don't want to learn what box controllers are, so they just act like it's not as exciting as it is. And it's like, no, you're a douche who doesn't want to try something new and have a lot of fun because you're a douche. You know, not to be mean, but that's what's going on here. Because anyone who's even a half bit of a gamer, which is my subscribers and my viewers, they're gamers, would be interested in one of these. If you even like retro games or 2D games a little bit, you should be interested in one of these or a similar product, but for some reason these people aren't, you know? That's why I say there's a lot of false gamers in the world. Like, they act like they're gamers, they game with their friends, but they just play the new popular garbage ass game, you know what I mean? Oh, I play Fall Guys. Oh, I play Among Us. Oh, I play Call of Duty Warzone. Oh, I play Raid Shadow Legends. Oh, I play oh, I don't play video games. I'm just a douche who has friends. You know, that's literally how people are these days. It's like you're not a fucking gamer unless you're breaking controllers because you're a fucking grinder, you know? Not because you are rough on the controller and you're abusing this. No, it's because you actually grinded the shit out of the controller and it broke. In my opinion, you're not a true gamer unless you're doing that, and you're doing that on very competitive games that you can solo queue in. You know, I don't care if you play with your friends sometimes, that's fine. But it's when you think you're a gamer, but you're just like a douche with friends. You know, I see a lot of people do that. Like all my high school friends who used to play games, they all turned into that type of person. They're not a gamer for themselves. They're not going for high ranks on Halo. They're not trying to make montages or go for montage clips. They don't even play the game by themselves ever. They never do little fun practice sessions with you anymore. They never do anything like that, you know? It's all about having fun with the friends and winning the match with the friends. Like, that's not the same shit. I don't care what you say. You're not a gamer if you do that. I don't care how good you are. That ain't gaming, you know. That's a part of what should be some social gamers' lives, but that's not gaming, you know. That type of person isn't doing hard speed runs. That type of person isn't recording videos and helping people. That type of person isn't doing that stuff. You know, I'm not saying that makes you specifically a bad person. I'm just saying you're not really a gamer, you know. In my opinion. You're more just like a normal person who happens to dabble in games and has some friends they play with. Like, that's fine, you know? But don't go, a lot of those people act like they're fucking hardcore, you know what I'm saying? They act like they solo queue. They act like they're a god on their own. They act like they are masters even without their friends. And the thing is, they're all their friends. Like, all they are is their friend group. Without their friend group, they're not even gamers. You know what I'm saying? So it'd be one thing if they owned up to what they were, but they don't. So, yeah. And those people tend to not respect people like me who are solo gods. You know what I mean? They don't watch your videos. They don't like your videos. They don't leave comments on your videos. They're not that interested in your life. They only care about them and their friends. That's a lot of people out there. When it's like, well, I could teach you a billion things on how to get better at Halo. You could play with me and get better at Halo. You could watch my videos and get better at Halo. You could learn how to speedrun from me. But these people don't do shit like that. That all they do is party up with their friends and blah, 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 blah. Time to get a match. A win in PUBG. Ooh, PUBG. The boringest fucking shooter of all time. With shit mechanics. Slow, clunky fucking movement and shit mechanics and quick kill time. Yeah, fun game. I like crouched behind this rock and I third partied the last two guys who were fighting and I threw a grenade at him and killed him. Oh, it was so sick. I'm so fucking cracked, bro. And I seen on Facebook there's this grandpa who's even more cracked at PUBG than I am, you know. I don't know. People like overly praising games that aren't that good, and they objectively have problems that are make them worse than other games. And you got to pay for these games. They're not free to play a lot of times. And there's plenty of other good options that are even more fun in the same vein. And then somehow there's still like this die-hard douche fan of the game that sucks. And they're not even just fans of that game, they trash talk the other games. And it's like, bro, you literally like the worst game in the genre, and you're trying to shit talk our games and make us feel like we're shit. When that game is objectively worse. It has a lower population. Nobody likes it. The people who play it are keyboard fucking sweat douches. And that's all you run into. There's no casuals. The kill time's too quick, so it has a very low skill gap. So you're up against sweat, and there's a low skill gap. So you might not just die to the sweats, you might die to some rando McJando who's seen you in the back, you know? When that's not really happening on Halo. That's barely happening on Fortnite, you know what I mean? I don't know. The gamer world, I feel like if you are even somewhat of a serious gamer, I feel like you'll naturally come into the gaming world and be at odds with people, even if you don't think you're the type of person to do that, you know? I feel like even for whatever reason, people are so, like, it's not like that with a lot of other things, like music and movies. I'm not really, yeah, I don't like douchey girl rappers who are, like, rap about the stupidest shit, like wet pussies all the time. Like, I don't really want to hear that shit. It's not really making me bob my head to hear some fucking Botox bitch rapping about stupid shit that's not even conscious or spiritual at all. Leaves no, like, thought-provoking feelings and shit in the back of my mind or anything. Doesn't even sound that good. Like, I'm not saying that it's complete shit music. Like, sometimes it sounds pretty cool, but you know what I mean? Even like music that I think is absolute trash, I'm not going around like hating on it every day of my life type of shit. But when Fortnite comes out, guess what? There's loads of douchebags post high school who were like, "You play Fortnite? You're a fucking douche." Basically, that's how they acted. It was so cringe. So cringe. People who used to like Halo are saying that about a game that carries on the spirit of Halo, you know? Shields, high skill gap, skillful gameplay mechanics between in gunfights. Those three big keystones, those three big aspects of of what makes a shooter great are in Halo, and they're in Fortnite, you know. To a lesser degree Fortnite now that the game has been tainted, but you know, for a long, long time, the first 3 years, it actually was mostly, the problems weren't there at all because the game was so fun, you know? Like, the problems were so easy to deal with just because the game was so fun and had that skill gap and everything right away. But eventually, they made things easier and lowered the skill gap and dumbed down the game and shit. When really they should have been looking for ways to make the skill gap higher, right? Which isn't even... Need I tell you what could do that? Button combos, different edits, harder mechanics in some type of way, different builds that add depth to the game. Like I said, button combos that do different things. Like maybe some of them for controller players take out their shotgun faster, or maybe there were so many options, and people like even made these up. People were so obsessed with this shit that there was like, people like made custom controllers and custom programs and shit that let them do this stuff, you know? Macros and shit. I mean, if the macro is just to do something you can do with one press of a key on a keyboard, I mean, that's not really cheating, you know what I mean? Should almost be built into the game, actually. But anyways, that was an example of a game where the potential pretty much completely flatlined and died for some reason. I don't think unless I find like the perfect Fortnite friends, I don't think I would ever return to that game. And even if I did find the perfect Fortnite friends, it would just be like a casual thing for me. I would never like full grind like I used to. And I could still share a lot of the good clips I got during my grind. Obviously, I lost a lot of them, but because of the Xbox DVR sucking, but that's all good. Can't get all your clips in the entire world up there from your entire lifetime of gaming. It's, you know what I mean? You gotta let that shit go. But yeah, like pretty much the biggest problems with my Link to the Past runs were some of the rooms in Ganon's tower getting me killed that really didn't need to. And those shouldn't be as much of a problem already. What else? The Ice Palace bomb jump and the 2 rooms before it kind of are tough for me right now. What else? Chain chomp. My chain chomp knowledge is insufficient, so I still got to do that. There's about 3 or 4 strats that you should know for that room, because it's... What sucks is you could luck into like 10 good runs and just happen to have sword beams most of the time, and then get lucky with the Cane of Samaria the other time. So like you think you got the room down, but you actually are basically a novice at the room. The second it gives you shit RNG, you're gonna get fucked in a run, hit by the chain chomp, twice dead. You know what I mean? That's what happens. Dead, or your run's about to die in a second because of that. But yeah, and so Armos, Ice Armos, the Gauntlet in Ganon's Tower, some of those rooms, just like how to cheese the ball them more is... That's pretty much all you need to do is learn how to cheese ball Ganon's Tower. Where all the safety hearts are, where you could possibly get safety hearts from some enemies, how to cheese ball the Gauntlet. What do I mean by that? Shooting the douche arrows right away in the first room, throwing the pots like a super sweat in the second room, slashing at least 2 of the horses in the third room with the 3 blue horses I think that room has. Learning the 2 different strats in the 5th room with the 2 red horses spinning around in the first ice room of Gauntlet. Because there's 2 strats, and you'll do the easy one and runs a bunch of times, and then it won't work one time, and you lose 10 seconds and you die to lasers, you know? And you're like, oh fuck, all I needed to do was learn the one other strat in this room. Or at least somewhat how to do it, right? And I would have been good. Or the backup, or just practicing it like 10 times so that you know how, if the normal strat where you just dash down through the first red horse doesn't work, how do you fix it? What do, you know? That's basically what you're looking for. I should fucking be a tutorial maker. I think of things so fucking in depth, dude. And then the fire rod on the red skeleton in the last Gauntlet room, right? I used to always shoot the arrow. I didn't remember that the fire rod like did some weird shit in that room. Like you don't even have to hit the skeleton and it kills him, so I'm not even sure how that works right now. But it takes that room from being a run killer to being something that I think you can do every time no matter the RNG. Like you can do it and not get hurt and not lose much time at all. So I don't know that much about that room, but I'm just it's my speculation from having seen Doom Tap do some runs on Twitch. I think I watched him do the Gauntlet like 3 times in practice. And I watched Eddie do it like a few times. But yeah. So that's pretty much the run actually. Like other than that, there's really not much. Oh, this guy's got a fucking heater of a run going. Nice. Oh, this is... Wait, what is this? Oh, I don't even know how I'm on this page. Okay, he got linked, alright. Or he got rated or whatever. Like, what is going on here? I didn't open it. See what these guys are doing, and then I'll head out for this video. I've already talked long enough. Ugh. What's it like to be a world record player? Because they're never actually playing their game. They're just like basking in the glory of having had a world record for the rest of their life or something. Like, I don't know. I know that their grind was insane to do that, but I just feel like I wouldn't be done like them, you know? Like I would be doing something else. I know it's not easy to do new things and stuff and all this bullshit, but damn. Ooh, he doubted himself for a second. That's actually a pretty, even though it was such a little thing, it's actually a pretty big loss for a player of this skill. Maybe I should start doing this room like that. I think I'm just losing time doing it the way I do it, and it's riskier. But I'm too lazy to time, like boring rooms like this. I don't want to practice or time, but it's like I should, because you don't want anything to get in the way of your run, like anything to ruin your flow, such as bonking on that next to that bear or something. Doop doop. Oh, see, he knows some crazy shit where he like can save yourself there by pounding the hammer more and not releasing your sword. I don't even know that. Like, yeah, that was slower than the fast strat that I'm learning right now, but maybe there's something to his technique, you know, that could get me the fast strat more and could make the backup easier so I never get hit by the turtles. Because if I can make it so I never get hit by the turtles, I would basically never die to Helmasaur unless I was completely YOLOing it and got unlucky, right? And if you can get that good where you can just hammer him 4 times, there must be something I'm missing, you know? I must have not tried that enough. Because I'm seeing a lot of these players are just walking up and they're saving like 10 seconds on me because they practice that hammering of his eyeball and his skull cap more than me. That's what it seems like. Where it's like I have the safety heart in the beginning of the game, so I should be going for the fast strat on him for sure. And then even that room before Helmasaur, it takes some research because if you don't hammer at the right spot, you smack the turtles into you, and then that fucks your Helmasaur fight up. Because you don't got as many hearts now. Look at this guy. This guy's on the fucking heater of a run. And look at all of his time loss pretty much came from that little statue mistake I was talking about. See what I'm talking about? It seems so small and it wouldn't really matter in my run. But he's just a couple minutes ahead of me and look at that. That little fucking shit matters so much. It's so stupid. That's why I wouldn't go to this level of gameplay, because I feel like I'm glad these people get to have fun and everything, and they still get to play their game. All I'm saying is, once a casual player of the game can't suck up any fun in normal runs anymore, then I don't know. I don't see the point. I don't care how satisfying it would be to get near the world record or anything like that. If messing up a little bit in that little statue room is the reason why my run dies or loses its lead, I don't think I'd ever want to play to that level. That's crazy, you know. That to me, that ruins the heart of Link to the Past being a chill, child-friendly, fun game. You know, turns it into some sort of fucking RNG fucking fuckfest of needing perfection all over the place and breaking your fingers. You know, that's literally what it becomes. And it might not look like that because you're just watching these people and they're like performing amazing runs. But to them, that's how it feels. They have to stress themselves out every second for an hour and 25 minutes. You know what I mean? And it's too hard. Every room has to be so perfect. You can never stop moving. To me, at that point, the speedrun, it ruins what's the fun of casual speedrunning completely. It's not like you're getting, it'd be one thing if it was your job and you were getting paid money for sure and stuff. Yeah. You can put up with that type of stress if you're getting rewarded with something, but otherwise it's just, I don't know. I don't think this is actually, maybe he knows more than me, but I don't think this positioning of Link is the right spot. Because wouldn't you want to start your dash right here, right? Or like right here? Because you dash just a little bit farther instead of walk to the left? I don't know. That's what it seems like to me. That strat he does right there, it looks like he made it look easy, but it's the timing of the dashes is so fucking perfect, especially like in front of that guard, that you would never get that without practice. Like, you're not just going to watch it and get it in all of your runs. Unless you're, like, already a fucking 125 god or something. And then you finally learn that strat. Damn. Man's bonking on a PB. That sucks. And he just hit that fairy out, which I don't know if that's good or bad. It might be bad. I don't even know where he hit that fairy out of right there, because I've never done that. I'd have to look at what bush that he even fucking hit. There's like, you think you know these screens because you've seen them 1,000 times, and you just realize like you're missing a lot of good information, like the best information on that screen, Might not even show up in the majority of runs, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, a fairy drops here in Skull Woods, and this can save your run. Cool, Oh, you have actually multiple chances to maybe get a fairy drop. You better and then you have to go even deeper, and you have to learn shit like, okay, so how do these fairy drops even work? Like, is there any way where I can tell that I'm coming into a Skull Woods and there might be a fairy for me? It'd be nice to know whether you're gonna, and there's like in-depth info like that, and it's like there's not really a good source of that type of information is what I'm saying. Okay, so that's how I get through that hellway like that. Because that's pretty much how mine goes, except I dash too early and just dash right into those little heartthrob things. So he slashed that guy, which might be better than trying to go for a hammer, because especially if you have sword beam still somehow. Having sword beam here, like he's making it look easy. But having sword beams right there isn't that easy. Because it's super easy to get hit by the horses. It's super easy to get hit in Hellway. Sometimes it's even easy to get hit by the fireball in the beginning of the entrance to the dungeon. The fireball like trolls you and it's in the worst spot. So having full health there is not that easy actually. Oh, so you're hoping for an arrow to drop out of that horse. And then the other thing that could be good is a heart popping out of him, right? You don't really need a bomb for him that much, but I think maybe he drops bombs too, and that could be good. You can't really bank on that thing, though. He almost never drops shit. It's just good to know all the enemies that don't lose you time, but they might give you or maybe they don't lose you much time, but they might give you a really good safe drop. So I think his dash up was a risky because he like went right in the middle, and he could have gotten shocked by one of the jellies, but it was probably a little bit faster than the safe dash that Eddie does on that little conveyor room. And he just walks that right there. Okay. I've been sweating dashing that, so that one's not important. Dashing like might not even save a frame. I don't even know. I gotta learn how to do it like him right there. The way I do it is like I custom do it every time. The way I approach the blind head that's about to rise up from the ground. And if you just learn how to hit that first blind head that rises up from the fallen shirt or whatever, if you just learn how to do that first slice that he does like that, and you practice that first slice, pretty much the rest of the fight is really easy. You can even get hit a bunch of times and still easily do it. It's just that first slice is like really precise of the second blind that rises up, I guess. And if you don't do that slice right, you get hit with a fucking laser, which hurts 2 hearts. Or you get hit by his head, which hurts 2 hearts. Or you get hit by the fireball, and then you miss your slash, which leads you to probably dying. It's all that first slash right there. The rest of the fight is easy. You can fuck it up after that, and it's still pretty fast. You just need to hit that one slash. And then usually that you get a slash downwards afterwards, too. So, but that one's easier, because you're all set up for it, I guess, if you hit the first slash. And guess what? I haven't even practiced that part. I always custom do it, hopefully get it, you know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know what's wrong with me. It's because I don't like doing this part, where you watch the video, and you freeze frame it, and you look right where he was when he did the trick, and then you go back in your emulator and you try. I don't like that part. I don't know. It's just really annoying. Let's try right now, though. I feel like playing some Halo, so I'm probably going to do that for a while. And then I want to edit some Halo footage. The more I watch my Halo clips, it's like, I don't even care how dead this game is. My clips are fucking... They deserve to be put out on the internet. Like, people need to see this shit, bro. Alright, what the fuck was I doing now? Oh, I forgot. It's thieves, right? Something in thieves. Blind. Alright. That part's actually hard, like you gotta be perfect there. No, dude. See right here, I can just tank damage, it doesn't really matter. Tank, 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 see? So I go like here. I think that's how you do it, okay. Now you're just good. Like you can literally fuck around. Really, like, even if you get butt fucked like I just did, you're still pretty much good. You don't lose much time. Nothing you gotta worry about if you're... Until you're like a 127 runner, pretty much. So you stand like right here. And you bring the sword up. It's not as... I was doing this better without getting hit by anything. Just by custom walking up, not holding my sword out like he was. This is how I do it. Like this. Oh, he's going the wrong way. The other thing about this, if you're even a frame off on the first blind of hitting him with the sword slashes, he like does some weird shit. So that part's actually fucking annoying. See? I did that a little different than he did, but it was easier. It's just less, probably less consistent as you get good at his version. He like does this thing where he like carries his sword up a little bit, and that's hard to do. So he's going the opposite way or something here? What's going on? I don't even know exactly how that works. But if you don't slice him right on the first try... Sometimes you're better off damage boosting off of a fireball, honestly. Like right there, I was sort of better off damage boosting downwards off of it. This part right here is so annoying. Like, it seems easy, but it's actually... Those 3 slices there are fucking annoying, that's all I'm gonna say. See, my strat gets me hit. My strat just fucked me here. Like, in a run, I would be choking and I would die for sure. Like, that was luck that I finished it out. Sometimes my strat, I just get hit by the laser, I get hit by the fireball, and I don't know why. Let's see if I can get it this time. Sometimes it's just different. Everything happens slightly different. The fireball's in a slightly different spot, you're in a slightly different spot, the head's in a slightly different spot. And that's why he does it like he does. He's eating him slices, bro. Slicing this fuck. He's making the damage noise and then he's not getting damaged. Those 3 slices are fucking annoying. He's fireballing me right away. Even though he shoots a laser half the time, now he's fireballing me right away. I don't like this fight, bro. Just because the stuff that makes it go wrong is so fucking picky and annoying. Like this part. Like that might have went wrong. I think that went wrong. Or maybe not. He shoots a laser and he shoots a fireball instantly. That's so fucking stupid. That's why I was annoyed. Sometimes you're better off dashing into him if you do it wrong. Yeah, so I didn't understand that he shoots a fireball and he shoots a fucking laser at the same time, pretty much. It's so stupid. That was a slow? Oh, I guess it worked. Still don't understand how that works. See? And that fucks you. If you get hit by that fireball, you're fucked. Look at I'm fucked now. The fight's gonna be slower. It's gonna be hell fucking risky for no reason. Just because I get hit by one, like, frame, or, like, pixel perfect stupid-ass fireball that's fired at the wrong time. Or fired... It's just pre-canned as douchebaggery. He didn't even fire the fireball at time. It is random, dude. I hate this boss. At least it doesn't waste too much time. Okay, so that was the ideal. I think that's about as fast as you can do it. I don't use the same setup as the top players, but I think that's good. Oh my god, no, it's bad. And then if you do it the fastest way, like I just did it right there, you have to know exactly how to slash the 3rd blind. Exactly which direction you're slicing and where you're slicing from and everything. It's crazy. Fireball. He didn't laser that time. Okay, so here's the blind, like, does some weird shit because I got the fast version. See? You... This version makes it so you get hit by the fucking head. So if I was weak coming into this room, this version would be, like, extremely risky. Okay, that's perfect, pretty much. But now I don't know how to do this part. Oh my god, see, it's so weird. This is like, yeah, I didn't take damage, but I was so close to getting hit by the fireball, and I was so close to letting blind get all the way over here. Right? It's so weird how, like, in-depth these boss fights are. Like, they look like they're easy, but it's like a billion little things can go wrong with everything you do, with your sword slashes, with your positioning, with the boss RNG, with... And it's like every boss is like that. Helmasaur, Landmalas. Even Armos is extremely specific and annoying. And when it goes wrong, it fucks your whole run. Moldorm's a troll, but he's actually probably one of the better bosses in the whole game. If you couldn't fall on him, like, there wouldn't be anything sad about that boss. Like, you know what I mean? He'd be a fair boss. Cold stare. Like, every boss has, like, this crazy RNG that, to a casual or to some douchebag who doesn't love the game, they're not going to realize how hard that boss is to actually kill fast, you know? Every single one of them. Even Argus. Sometimes you're just the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes the little blobs on Argus are like in the wrong spot, so you hookshot them and then you try to slice, but they don't get hurt and they attach back to Argus too fast or something. Like sometimes weird shit happens. That just won't happen every time. And that actually, guess what? Loses you a lot of time. Once you get good at the game, it almost becomes like a death to make, like it almost becomes like a huge time loss, like a death. Just when you fuck up boss kills, you know? Anyways, at least I feel like I understand this game a lot better than I did a week ago, even though I haven't been doing runs. Just been researching and cleaning up strats and stuff. Looking for more backup strats so my runs don't die as easy and stuff like that. And for the sake of your hands, it's actually better to like only run when you feel like you're at your best, right? Why waste a bunch of effort from your hands if you're going to throw away runs? If you're specifically trying to take care of your hands and get a good time, right? Which is what most speedrunners are going to be doing. But yeah, I'd say that's mostly the video. Talked a bunch. Got some good practice in. There's not too many things now that I really... Ganon is probably the last big thing. Cleaning up Ice Armos. And, definitely Ice Armos. That fight is so easy to fuck up, it's annoying. But that's this game in a nutshell. Like, everything's... Nobody gives credit because the game's been played for so many years, but it's super challenging. There's so much pixel perfect movement bullshit and timing perfect shit. It all makes for a very exciting run. It's just good to be aware of it all too, because people, runners of the game will be like, this game's so fucking easy. I got this shit memorized. I got this shit down. Blah, 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 blah. If they were so good, they would be running the ROM hacks and they'd be making their own ROM hacks. They're not that good. They're just good at that one run that they did for 8 fucking years. That's the only thing they're good at. They're not that technical. There's better gamers in every other game. Don't listen to... The way some of these top runners act is so annoying if you actually care about the game. It's like, no, the game's extremely hard. There's a billion pixel perfect things. Without your controller and your SNES muscle memory and your CRT, like, you're not that good. Fucking own up to it and actually entertain your audience. You know? I just don't like people who... They got supporters and they just act like a pessimistic fuck all the time. Like, yeah, I'm pessimistic too, but I don't even have those supporters and I don't act like that all the time. Not even by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, so sometimes, see it? I just learned an important fact for this dungeon right there. Sometimes you actually have to slice that pig fuck. I don't even know that. Maybe tanking damage right there is faster. Oh, he lost some time on ice. That sucks. This would have been a fucking lit PB if he was able to keep all that 16 seconds. Could still be a good, though. More than likely, it's... If I had to guess, it's gonna die on Argus or it's gonna die on somewhere in Ganon's tower, right? If he happens to lose the pace of this run, is what I'm saying. Anyways, I'm feeling better now. I never really liked doing the commentaries, but if they make me feel better, that's a win. How did he was he so confident that he wasn't gonna get hit by that bone? And this is where I'm talking about where it's like when you get so good at the game that your run to PB, your run has to be perfect. I don't like that shit, bro. That's not fun. That's okay for some people. I'm not hating on them. I'm just saying. I don't know if that's my kind of fun. And that's coming from a guy who plays against professional players on Halo. So that fireball does just fuck you over most of the time. When I was running into that in runs, I was like, what am I supposed to do about this? And these controller players move differently on so many screens that just doesn't make that much sense as a box player for me. That's what I do. I do the easy version of that room the first time I go through, and then the second time I do the hard hammer dash version. I don't even really know why. And I don't know why he did it like that either. That fucking red skeleton makes the hammer dash version so... Like, that room would actually be kind of fun, but that red skeleton is a fucker, so... And that fireball, but... You can handle the fireball as long as that fucking red skeleton doesn't fuck your hammer dash up. That's the thing. And the time save is like so minimal. It's like not even worth the risk, you know? I hate how the good players do this spot. Like, how are you doing it like that? You're saving like 2 frames. You're saving like 5 frames just to fucking do some crazy, like, pixel perfect hook shot, right? And it's like they all have a setup for it, but I don't exactly know what that setup is. After they grab the chest, they just like are magically at the height of hook shotting the key pot thing. The skull pot with the key in it. It's like they're magically at the perfect height to hookshot it, but I don't understand how they're doing that. And I've watched that like 10 times, so probably something you gotta watch in slow-mo to figure out. He could have just done that room normally, and I don't know why everyone plays that room so safe. Literally 9 out of 10 times you can just do the fast normal dash and it's fine. And even if you do, I don't know, that whatever he just did right there was wrong. This guy's an amazing runner, but that was wrong. So it's like you see these great, like, why can he do this, but he didn't know that easy shit that I just knew? Like, you know how hard that fucking is? It's like the hardest thing in the fucking world. It's like 25 frame perfect inputs, all back to back, and if you mess up anything, it's all fucked. Yeah, that guy's a G at the game, but like, how's a G at the game not know how to just do a dash? And like, it's a room where you just literally dash to the right, and then you dash up, and that's all you do. And he fucks that up. You see what I mean? Like, that makes no sense. That was a pretty good split though, right? I didn't see no mistakes, really, I don't think. He's gonna save some time. Come on. Oh, look at that controller mash he's mashing. Saving some time, baby. Not much. And like, why does he come down out of the doorway to do this weird like, does that really save that much time? Like, is that fucking worth it? Maybe it's free once you, or damn near free once you know the trick to it, I guess. Like, maybe you're just basically invincible to that guard that you're dashing through. I don't know. It's like, shit like that is just like, I don't even know if I'd ever want to practice that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to add that type of risk to my run for basically nothing. And it's a skill too that's like not used anywhere else really. It's not really helping anything. I love getting the room like that though. I don't know if I've ever gotten it quite that clean, but that room feels sick when you get the clean version of it. It is just RNG too, but these rooms seem pretty simple, but the movement in them is actually kind of technical. It's like very little specific diagonals and stuff and cardinals that you got to switch between. So he knows a little trick right there where you could just go up a little bit and you know the timing of the fireball. Maybe I got to learn that. Could save me some easy frames maybe. And here, there's probably a trick you could do. You could like go slightly slow. I don't know if it matters that much. And then you could make it so that Wizrobe is in your way. The one on the bottom right there. And then he might drop a heart for you that could help in this dungeon. Because basically the hard part about this dungeon is not getting damaged on the overworld. Not getting damaged by any of the Wizrobe bullshit. And then making it through the spike room and the basement, basically. That's this whole dungeon. That's the difficulty of it. Most of these rooms are free, right? Free, free, free. 3 rooms in a row are free. This room is free. There's only one little... This dash right here is the only hard part, and it's not even hard. Free room. Another free room that just does itself. Another free room that is idiot proof. And everyone makes that same mistake there for some reason. Because we try to be too perfect on the chest opening and then we fuck it up. This room is basically the only hard part about the dungeon. And it's only hard because it steals all your fucking hearts. And Vitreous does way too much fucking damage. It's the first boss that does 4 hearts, I think. Actually, I know. Cold Stare does 3 hearts. Vitreous would be a cool boss if it was a little different. Like the eyeballs came from all around you or something. Is he going to do with the throw trick? Oh, no, throw it. Yeah. Why didn't he do it like I do it? Or whatever. I never make that mistake and run, so it's kind of relieving to see a good player do it. So he just walks through, whatever. So I'm like saving no frames is what you're telling me with my strats. So he like walks through that room and possibly loses a few frames, but then he does the hard version of hitting that ghost with the fireball in the dark room there. It's weird. It's like people all have like a mix of shit. Like some people do the hard strat here and the easy strat here, and some people walk here and they do the hard strat over here. And that's the RNG I'm talking about. He just lost one of his best PB runs here. I don't know, maybe. He might add way better runs, but. And that's literally the eyeball that hits you every fucking time, that trolls you every fucking time. If you don't get hit by the first eyeball on the left that you're trying to slice, you get hit by that one. So you can use a hook shot there. I would never do this, but back in the day we would have wanted to know this type of shit for a race. And you have to go hit the fucking blue switch. Yeah, this is a race. Where's he going? So he goes up here. And here, I don't know what's going on. Is it because he has the Cane of Samaria? He goes that way? Okay. So back in the day, or back when I was doing runs where I let deaths happen, I was losing time because I went through this dungeon wrong. What's he doing? Oh, he needs that. And that's the other part with the deaths, is it doesn't restore your magic. And a lot of the dungeons pretty much require magic. Skull Woods, Ice Palace, this dungeon. How's he fucking that up, dude? I must be a little bit better at that than I thought. Or maybe the box makes it easier to not place that cane wrong. That's probably what it is. I don't like this pause that he does right there. But hey, if it works for his muscle memory, you know. So wait. So even if you die, you can still do spooky action. Now he's basically in the realm of a 127. It's crazy that he can take that much of a time loss and still get such a good run, right? Yeah, fuck that strat, dude. I don't care if you're fucking Eddie or who the fuck you are. It's literally a pixel perfect, stupid ass strat that fucks your run if you don't do it right. So it's super easy to run into the eyeball right there. And it's not as easy to run into it on the right side, but sometimes the eyeball just jets out. So it doesn't matter whether it was easy or not. The eyeball jetted out and fucked you. It's actually almost impossible to do it. You can't do it full. If the eyeball is coming out like that, you actually have to react frame perfectly almost and release your sword spin early and then get away, because otherwise it's going to touch you once and you're dead. You already took a bunch of hearts of damage to kill most of the eyeballs. So that one on the right that comes down and kills you is just bad RNG and it fucks your run, basically. Even if you play perfect after that, you're going to lose a little bit of time and you might lose the whole run because of it. So that boss fight isn't bad. Like, most of the time you're going to go in there and you're just going to do a couple of sword spins on the goo and you're going to kill the eyeballs. But sometimes you have to, like, be super clutch and, like, perfectly position yourself and make sure that the eyeballs in the front closest to you die, no matter how long it takes. Even if you got to take up a couple extra seconds and charge some safe sword spins. That's basically what you do up until 130. Up until you're better than a 130 runner, and then you would care more about little times like that. Up until a 130, you're basically just trying to get clean, mostly clean runs. You can have lots of little mistakes and it doesn't really matter that much, as long as they're little, right? Anyway, I might actually do a run later, a little later today, because I'm feeling pretty good on this game for not having played much the last week. Let's see how he does this screen. I gotta learn how to do that. That seems to make a big difference. So that strat is fucking stupid. Okay. I think it's the fastest way to do the screen, but it's fucking stupid because it's just RNG. Oh, what was that? That must have been a missed press or something. I never seen that before. What is he doing? I think he's just like, fuck it now. Oh, plus 2 minutes. Yeah, fuck dying at Meyer. That's cringe. 125 runner reduced to like a 128 basically. Because of RNG. One little speck of RNG in the whole run. He did the whole split perfectly, and then one speck of RNG fucked him basically. As a casual runner, that's the type of shit that makes you quit the game earlier than you should have. Because that shit'll happen like one time and you'll just not be able, it ruins the way you feel about the runs. I hate this, I hate that people do this item dash right here. He'll probably get it because he gets every item dash. He's a freak 125 runner. Watch. And they even do that weird thing where they go back on the stairs if they're like, why? You're not saving time. You're maybe saving like a frame. Are you just doing it to be a douche? To show that you're better than other people at the item dash or something. I'm not judging this guy. I just think that some shit is cringe. Some shit top runners do is just fucking cringe. It's like that dumbass Lakitu skip. And basically everything on Rainbow Ride. Holy shit. How did he make those mistakes? Probably because he goes for this stupid ass hard version. What the hell is he doing? He's trying some weird shit now. But yeah, like Rainbow Ride in a nutshell. The way that top Mario runners do Rainbow Ride is just like cringe. Like, yeah, I get it. It's part of your guys' run and makes everyone excited for the runs that actually make it through Rainbow Ride and do all that hard shit. But it's like, at the end of the day, you're saving a couple extra minutes compared to a casual runner, and it's all preying on basically like this weird, insanely precise, half RNG, half muscle memory bullshit. Half extreme timing memory, perfect movement bullshit. Like if you ever were a casual player and you try to do the triple jumps at the beginning of Rainbow Ride and you land it a couple times and then you try it 100 more times and you can't even get it once, you realize like, oh, this is fucking boring. It's not that repeatable. They're just basically hoping that they land this shit in runs. So that's like, what do I mean by cringe? That's what I mean. That shit's kind of cringe. You care a little bit too much about being perfect, sir. Like, I don't even enjoy watching that shit. Like, I thought the Lakitu skip shit was cool, like, the first few times I watched it. Now it's like, I don't even want to watch it. I hate it. I hate the Lakitu skip. I've watched too many fun runs die to how annoyingly precise and stupid douche that trick is. I don't even, there might be RNG involved as well. It's like basically double RNG because you're hoping for that rotating platform to work out with your triple jump to even get close to the Lakitu, and then you're hoping like the Lakitu, you're hoping like your movement is like absolutely perfect up to the Lakitu so that he's in the right spot and everything. And then even the trick of like bouncing off the Lakitu is fucking looks hard as fuck as well. So like mad respect to the people who do it. It's just, I don't know if that shit is the type of shit for me, you know? I'm not into speedrunning to devote my entire life to it. You know, I'm into speedrunning for the fun and the gaming of it. The good old school having a new experience gaming, not just to be the best or not just for the extreme challenge or to do it for the rest of my life. I don't care about that shit. I've already done that with things before, and it's really not that rewarding, right? You can do it if you want, especially if you're young, you might want to do that with some shit, but like this trick. Why would I ever do that? It saves like a quarter of a second, and it puts you at risk of getting hit by that massive damaging enemy that's douchey. And it gives, and you know, and it makes it harder too. So if you mess up your item dash, you lose time. There's people who use easier strats and have a better time than this guy. No offense to this guy. I just don't see the point, you know. Yeah, I like item dashing as much as the next guy, but it's only fun if it's saving time. It's only, you know what I mean? Like, for example, the item dash after Palace of Darkness on the bridge saves some time. It's not that hard. It looks cool. Fine. I love that trick. It's fun. The guards make it a little bit annoying, but not too annoying. It's perfect. I'm actually better at that quick kill than that guy is. I've seen him do this now 3 times and he messes it up every time. See what I mean? Like, this little shit doesn't matter. I'm still 20 minutes behind this guy, and he can't even do the quick kill on the boss that I can do. Well, I know he can do it, is what I'm saying is, I've seen him miss it 4 different times now. And if you watch my runs, I literally think I've gotten it every single time besides once. And the one time I missed it was still better than what he just did right there. Watch. Oh, that guy's an asshole. The ice just eats slashes. I didn't even know that could happen. Watch. So I don't know what he's doing wrong here, but this is not hard. See? I'll literally get that, like... I haven't even practiced that on the box. I'm just using my old controller skill from 9 years ago and a little bit of knowledge on the box, and I can do that every time. It's not hard. So I don't understand why... It's not just him, too. I've seen other top runners, like, struggle with that, and I'm just like, what are you guys doing? It's like one of the easiest things ever. I learned it back when I was like a 145 runner. Back 9 years ago. Anyways, I've even seen good runners die to that boss when they didn't need to. Whoa, what was he? He was just doing something different to go up those steps than I do, too. Fucking A, there's always a billion different things. Like, I think I know the right strats, and I don't. He's gonna grab that key, right? Yeah. I wonder why he does it like that. Because hookshotting the key invites, like, another mistake, I guess. When he can just not make a mistake and pretty much not lose any time as well. Well, I'm not doing that room like that. I don't care what time that saves. That just makes that fucking annoying. He's grabbing those keys different than me, but he's doing it so smooth that it's probably optimal, actually. Like, maybe you save a frame by doing the... Ooh. Maybe I should learn how he does that. That might be funner to do than my strat in that room. Maybe even less risky when you get good at it, too. And you get to hook shot down again for, like, no reason. To save a frame. I probably need to clean up some of those early Ganon rooms. Mostly the 2 hook-shotting rooms. Or the 3 hook-shotting rooms, I should say. Or whatever, I don't know. You use a hook shot in like every room right there, actually. Or you could. Like, that's some crazy shit. Like, how is he frame perfect grabbing that chest and not getting hit by that ghost? That's fucking insane, dude. He even, like, delayed his bomb weirdly, which I don't even know if that loses time or what. So that was... I didn't pay attention, but that was different than the strat that ACM used, I think. But it ended the same, but that Ice Armor strat is what I'm talking about. Oh, let's watch this for fun anyways, because we're talking about the game so much. Dash down. I'm not going to do that dash down. I don't care how much time that saved. Bro, I gotta watch how they're doing that shit. What the fuck? I just practiced that like 100 times and I never got close to that shit. He did that like Eddie, but he messed it up. But he's so good at it that his mess up didn't really matter. Well, the way he turns around and drops right there looks fucking swaggy as fuck. And he dashes at the right spot. I gotta practice some of this shit in that room. There's like not good information on a lot of rooms. Like, look at that. He knows how to dash across that shit and get hit by a cannonball and still save time. I don't know even. I can't even dash across that shit ever and stay alive. Like, he can fuck it up and still save time is what I'm saying. Same thing with the mimics. He fucked up the mimics, but he's so good at it that he still saved time over the noob strats. That dash right there is so fucking hard, and it's mostly hard because those stupid ass laser tower. See, like, he did that strat, but that strat might have been slower than the easy one. Actually, it was right there. And the easy one is RNG, though, because that horse might not get hit by your first dash down. So it's just like praying for a fast time. You don't actually you can never guarantee. And I gotta start working on my 1 cycles on this boss. Now that I know how to do it again. I want to get good enough that I can just start dashing through this room. And like not picking up the heart in this room and stuff. I don't like losing a bunch of, like, because you're basically taking what could be a good Ganon's tower and you're just stacking in 5 more random seconds to grab hearts that you may or may not need, you know. All it really takes is some Ganon skill. And then you can just YOLO Ganon's tower every time, right? Because you're like, oh, my Ganon skill will make up for it. Oh, it doesn't matter how bad I do in Ganon's tower because I'm not going to get hit by Ganon. You know what I mean? But if you're like me and you have no Ganon skill and you're just praying that you can finish runs, it's like a waste. Because I could have done all of these good runs with a little bit of Ganon skill and I probably would already have my 132 or 131, you know? Actually, I would almost guarantee that I would have those times already. I've already gotten a run on that pace to Ganon and then died to Ganon, you know. And then guess what? Without any practice, I've beaten Ganon like every time since then for like the last 10 times I fought Ganon. So it's like, shit's annoying. The one run I needed to have a good Ganon, I die. And all these other shit runs, perfect Ganon. Or, well, not perfect for me, I should say. Not perfect. At all. Ganon is like one of the hardest time saves in the game. Because to save time on Ganon, it basically requires all of these risky spin attacks that are all hard and can kill you if you do them wrong. Can lead to your death somehow. Whether you're getting hit by fire bats or you're touching Ganon because you're going for the crazy spin attack, or you get hit by the pitchfork because you're going for the crazy spin attack, or whatever. Or you did the spin attack wrong, and then it didn't double hit Ganon, and then all of a sudden you're getting hit by fire bats, or you're two cycle fire batting because you missed the spin attack and losing a bunch of time even though you tried to do the fast strat. You know what I mean? And then the triples on Ganon are fucking hard as shit, and they're even harder on box than they are on controller. And they're just kind of luck sometimes, because it's like you go up and you swore you released the spin at the right time so that your triple should land. I'm going to start doing it like that. That looks like the better strat. And what? Does he skip the fight? Somehow he skips that fucking trident. And that's what I have to learn. And this part, I don't know how to do this shit. Clearly that's the hardest part about a high-level Ganon. But look how much time that saves. I need to learn that, bro. Fuck triples. And look at, you see it, watch him, he practices, he slices them, and then he releases the spin, watch. Shwoop. Why is he doing that? He's literally just doing that so he can practice for those, that's doing no damage to Ganon, right? I think it does damage right here. I'm not sure about it, but that would be my guess. So he weirdly used the hook shot. Okay, so he weirdly uses the hook shot to get away from the fire bat and to trick the fire bat basically into not being by the torch. And then he lights the torch with the flame rod, even though it's riskier, but he's doing it so he doesn't have to do another menu. And those are all the things I need to learn about Ganon, basically. The opening trident skip, and then the fire bat skip, where you get to skip the second cycle of the fire bats. I need to learn how many slices that takes, how you can, if you fuck it up, like, can you tank a fire bat hit and still get it somehow? Wow, how do you mess that up? I've never messed that up yet. And it doesn't even matter because the rest of his Ganon was like perfect. So he's doing the dash finish. I don't exactly know how this works. That's another weird little thing about Ganon you might want to practice. And if you're standing in the wrong spot, the door to that room doesn't open and you can fall off. It's weird. I gotta give him a GG. I typed that with my box. I didn't even type that with a keyboard. There's a G key on my box. Yeah, so basically Ganon is the opening trident skip, which is really hard. Because there's like all these weird little frame perfect slashes. With text boxes getting in the way. And then the fire bat skip is hard, because it could kill you. But it's the most, I think that's the most necessary for time save on Ganon, is that fire bat skip. 2-cycle skip, I guess you would call it. And the thing is, it wouldn't be that bad, but you have to like you have to know exactly how the fight works, because how does that fire bat cycle skip work if you don't get the trident skip, right? You can't exactly copy that from a good runner because they probably got the trident skip, so you don't exactly know how it's going to work out, you know? And how can you get the fire bat skip without that crazy like dash poking method that people use now, where they sit in the fire bat circle? And that looks hard too and risky as well, getting into that circle. Knowing how to handle Ganon's warps with the end of the fire bat, where the fire bats are still flying at you and he starts warping everywhere, and basically one mistake gets you killed. Or he loses a bunch of time. And then it's like, do I have to do that spin attack thing when he starts his lantern bullshit? When he starts his torch bullshit? Do I have to do that spin attack thing or what? Why are they doing that, you know? It's like I have to go specifically watch some fucking FMG tutorial only one guy made on the entire planet, and he's the only one who might be able to teach me that, you know what I mean? Oh, Ganon's Tower. I was gonna say, I thought I had a Ganon tied up here. Let's see what he says right there.
Bottom right torch after avoiding the first few bats. This can help avoid the rest. The downward facing Ganon. This can occur if you are walking in the direct path that Ganon is warping to. This also happens more frequently when getting a lower trident spin, or any type of stalling in his pathway near the end of his teleport. This particular glitch can actually save time if done correctly, resulting in a 1-in-1. The downward facing Ganon occurs on the back half of phase 1 and goes into phase 2. This
listen to how hard of 1-in-1, of 2-in-1. You need a 1-cycle, 2-cycle trident spin. Trident spin is 2-cycle, but it's only 1 cycle if you don't trident spin, because the first trident spin that he's doing right way, that's the first. You know what I mean? It's like there's all this weird ass lingo shit. If you don't know a lot about the game, it doesn't even make sense. I'm not insulting this guy. This guy's awesome. What I'm saying is like that's how annoyingly specific this fucking information is.
This particular outcome can be very difficult to finish the phase unless you recognize it immediately. During this, everything becomes mirrored, so you would need to damage Ganon by dashing into him on the top right side. Because you are damaging Ganon from the top right side, the bats...
I'm pretty sure you can do this without this crazy dash bullshit too, so hopefully he says something about that. Because this dash bullshit just looks like it adds like 10 extra opportunities to get hit that you don't even need, really, for a good time. How does ACM... Does he do it like this now, too? I know he didn't used to do it like that. Hopefully he didn't convert. So how does he do it? These guys were probably so hyped when he was getting this run. Slice. In the middle. He didn't get the second slice. 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 Maybe because he didn't get that second slice, you just slice a bunch? How did he... Like, what did he do better than me to not make the trident go? You know what I mean? That's what I don't understand. Those 5 slices in the beginning is good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 slices and a spin attack. That's what you do if you don't hit that crazy shit. Now I gotta count his slices right there. And I gotta practice the crazy torch bullshit. So, see that? How does he just get a... How does he just get a 1-and-1 or whatever? And he's not even doing the hard strat that those other fucks are doing. You see what I mean? He just did the basic normal strat really well. That's what I gotta learn, basically. I need to learn how to do it like he did it. And then I need to try to do it like the sweatier players do it. So that I know all the encompassing information. And I gotta be able to do it on multiple different Ganon RNGs where he's in like different spots and shit too. Because you could know how to do it one way and then get the hard way in a run, and then your whole run gets fucked because of that. And now you might see why I've been reluctant to try to improve on this fight. Because all the time save on him is fucking kind of annoying. It looks cool when you do it and it feels good, but it's kind of fucking annoying to learn it. Because it's like this specific annoying information that only pertains to this fight, pretty much. Alright, so is he doing this spin attack shit? Yep. It must do damage. There's no way they're doing that for no reason. That must be the first one that does damage. I gotta count these, I guess, and see, like, just to be sure on this information, I either have to go bother somebody and ask them a very specific question, or I have to go into this video, count every attack he did on him with these spin attacks, and then go test it out myself, which would take like 20-25 minutes. You know what I mean? That's why I've been kind of slow with... So he's going to go for a 3-peat right here. He gets that one. It's pretty much all timed up for him. When you're standing a certain distance from him, it's pretty much timed so that if you go over there... He missed it there because he didn't predict where Ganon was going. Not that it was easy to do. Now he's going to wait. He's going to throw it. Times this perfectly. Okay. So kind of like right when Ganon puts his arms down, or yeah, let's look at his arms. Right when his arms move, then he releases the spin like just a second later. Watch this. I didn't know when to release this spin, because this is actually really annoying if you fuck this up. It's so annoying. Because you lose a bunch of time and you risk ruining the run. Because you're going to run out of magic. And not counting your slash or your hits on them sucks too, because you can get good times without counting, but the second you needed to count, you're gonna fuck a run up, you know what I mean? Because you'll like be low on magic or something, and you'll have messed up one of your slashes on him, and then you're like, fuck, I don't know how many slashes it takes to kill him or what number I'm at. So I don't know if I should switch to the lantern and finish it off with the lantern to be safe and make sure I get this PB, you know what I mean? It's like weird shit like that. See, look at Ganon's hands, and like right when his hands switch to this downward position, that's when he releases the spin. You can even see it in the freeze frame. That's what's happening. This is actually one of the hardest parts about Ganon is learning this triple timing. and positioning to get these triple spin slashes off of each torchlight. So his hands are up. Then he lights the torch. Then he gets in position. Boom. The second his hands go down. Oh, that might make it way easier. I can react instead of just do it all off of guessing, basically, and I didn't really actually know when to do this. Hands go down, slice. Up, hands go down, slice. Okay. Up. Oh, he's invisible sometimes, too. Oh my god. And that's why that shit's hard. Because not only do you need to know how to do it when you can see him, but you need to know how to do it no matter where he warps, and you need to know how to do it if he's fucking invisible. And you need to know how to make up for it if you mess it up and he turns into that frozen version of himself that doesn't take any damage. Oh my god. Anyways, so that's what we're going to be doing in the next chunk of Link to the Past videos, is learning Ganon, cleaning up the rest of the run, and then we'll move back into going for some good PBs. So thanks a bunch for tuning into the video. I'm sick of talking. It was a pretty productive video, and I handled a lot of emotional damage in the beginning, so that's good too. But yeah, I had a coffee, so I'm gonna go brush my teeth, and that's pretty much it. I'll catch you guys down the road with some more videos. Peace out.